happens outside of that, just like in straight man-woman relationships, straight happens too. And we can say, all right, I'm not going to hate on them for that, but I might have a stance that something else should be an affirmative good that we promote. Fine.
And so when we're talking about normalization, the reason that you think that marriage is advantageous is because there's normalization aspect of society. I agree. But just tell me some people where you can commit to a state via contract for what, though? For what? What is the purpose? The purpose would be reproduction. The purpose would be a family unit. The purpose would be intact family homes. The purpose of it would not be for like orgy sex or for opening the marriage up or for things like that.
You cannot have a family unit with two dads or something. You cannot have a family unit with two dads and two moms.
But everybody you can. But like, for example, with the it's 400,000 people who are currently foster kids, and some of those who are available to you can foster them or adopt them. I think it's a societal movement for same-sex couples outcomes for same-sex kids of same-sex couples are great. They're funded by LGBT. Yeah, it's always funded by everything. But you never have studies with you. And so I think that it is societal good if people are starting families together, even if it's not with kids, but they have this commitment, which is good for them, good for wealth generation, good for life stability, which then all makes the community prosper more, and I think it leads to better outcomes.
I don't want to cut you off. We are kind of going in a circle here, and I know that you want to throw something.
Well, you mentioned something interesting in the very beginning, which is like legal implications of this, because Obergefell was a 5-4 decision, and Clarence Thomas did say in the Dobbs decision, in his concurring opinion, that perhaps we should, now having overturned Roe v. Wade, we should use the same standard potentially to overturn Obergefell. I do think that's very possible, given the current composition of the court, and of course, more religiously conservative legal activists would love the opportunity to overturn Obergefell. But what will be interesting is in 2022, after the Dobbs decision, and I'm blanking on the names, either Defense of Marriage or Respect for Marriage Act, please respect for marriage, that was signed into law by President Biden. So in theory, the Supreme Court could overturn that as well. It's just federal statute. But a lot of gay marriage protections have been codified, not quite at the level of Obergefell, but by the Respect for Marriage Act. So it'll be interesting to see.
So we'll advance a little bit. One of the arguments made back in 2008, you had promulgate in California, and 7 years later you get Obergefell. One of the arguments made by conservatives was that this is a slippery slope when they begin teaching children about gay adult activities. Liberals largely said that will never happen, and I know because I actually campaigned for the Human Rights Campaign in California using those arguments to make people give money. Sure enough, here we are, and I'm arguing against these books showing graphic adult content, including ill-sexed children in schools. It happened, and the argument maintained by the left, one of the principal arguments is, if a teacher is gay, and a child asks about the gay marriage, they should teach it. But as it pertains to sex education, the argument presented by many liberals is that it would be discriminatory to only have heterosexual sex education. If you have sex education in schools, it must be for all protected classes, of which orientation and identity are protected. These books are in grade schools, and the liberals have defended children seeing punishment.
No, so just like
The liberals have defended children seeing punishment.
And that's what I mean. It's a slippery slope, right? When we allow gay marriage, we allow all this other degeneracy. And my thing is like, look, you want to be gay, you want to do that, awesome. Keep it away from the kids completely. I don't think gays should be allowed to love children, be around children, read drag, any of this stuff.
Be in public, be in public.
I mean, if we're going to be all the way, I think
No.
gay only zones where they can only have PDA there. I don't think it's
talking about a slippery slope. Okay,
I want you to ask that question. I've read the line there.
Clarifying points. Yeah. To a degree, public displays of affection are illegal. Here's a limited factor. So,
I just asked be in public as a smart ass. I didn't say have public sex, straight or gay. The record, like,
which they do. Hold on. I gotta bring
They
it up.
do.
They literally do in California. It's on video. It's horrifying. It's illegal, and they don't enforce against it. And enforce against it. Let's not pretend that
my thing is,
it's good. So, California has the police to actually involve the actions against what they're doing in public, because they are
all sorts of crazy things in the country besides happen, including in the school I went to, some crazy stuff being taught that's way to the right. So like inappropriate things happen. And we can ask first let me answer your question, which was about books. I had some examples of books straight contrary, because it is it's overly sexual for a young person, of course you don't want them to have that. That doesn't really cross over into then that become the justification for making all sorts of books that aren't offensive at all, on topics and that we oppose. But then on sex education, I don't think it's bad when, at parents' homes are teaching sort of the more foundational moral framework to a kid, and that's up to them. At school, not too young, wherever we as society have drawn the line of when sex education is the correct time, you actually find that people end up being safer and don't have teen pregnancy, etc. whenever you have comprehensive sex education, which will include, because this might apply to some of the people, teaching about the risks of STDs across all different people. And I don't know why you converge those two. Inappropriate books, gay or straight, shouldn't be there. But what we define as inappropriate might be, but like pornographic, obviously out. But then on sex education, teaching about the concept of certain types of sexes, which isn't really making a moral statement about it, but instead is teaching all the things so that when they go out in the world, they're prepared so to operate as adults.
Let's clarify. So sex ed is largely defined as here are the reproductive organs of the male, here are the reproductive organs of the female, this is how they operate. What it has become now is there's a book called This Book is Gay, in which it describes human feces. And literally, I believe the book explains to children how to describe it. The argument made by prominent liberals is that is gay sex ed. This is how gay people have sex. If you say they cannot teach this because they do these things, it's discrimination under the 1964 Civil Rights Act, as orientation and identity are protected. Therefore, it must be taught in schools.
No, it's
Let me clarify. There's also
food fetishes,
hold on.
great people and things you want to teach about.
And there is, so let's clarify. There is no such thing as LGBTQ sex ed. If sex ed is quite literally reproductive organs, that's all it is. And how they operate.
It's not what sex
Yeah,
ed.
yeah,
it is.
Sex ed is not at all about STDs or contraception or anything like that.
That's science, organ, virus, etc. It's not teaching people different types of fetish practices.
No,
but I don't think we agree with it.
Because you're saying prominent.
So
They're not seeing it's like
let me ask you. What gay sex is educational and scientific that should be taught to children?
I'm sorry, it has to be what?
What LGBTQ sex is appropriate for children to work in?
Yeah, so to lay out the exact presentation, I think a teacher should give in whatever grade it is. I obviously want to go look at sort of the curriculum and all that, but I can tell you that the sex education goes beyond just here's your reproductive organ. And I think that's important, and when I've seen research about this, it's actually like how y'all's interest making people safer and less likely to how does it work out different things related to sex. So as I mentioned, having sex, because this is something that happens whether you as students or not.
Well, you want it or not?
Even if it's between same-sex people, you probably want to inform people of all different orientations of the practices that you can get.
So are you saying that you would teach? Question. I have a question for that.
You made a question. I'm going to finish.
You made a point. You literally made two.
I was finishing my point.
My question for you is because you just said
another joke.
there's STDs. There's STDs and explaining to children how to avoid these things. Does that mean schools should teach children about anal sex?
That's what I'm saying. I would have to look at what the research is showing is the most, not research, but like educational professionals have laid out as the most appropriate. Because I really haven't, until right now, not thought about sex education.
The answer should be no. It should be up to the parents. The parents should get a slip.
No, that's
What your kids learn X, Y, Z, and it should be yes or no. And if they say no, then they don't teach the kid. The parents choose.
That's how you spike teen pregnancy rates that are really crazy.
What?
Oh, really?
There's tons of teen pregnancies in the 1920s were there.
Parents are more teen pregnancy.
Wait. There's a lot more teen pregnancies in the 1930s, 40s, 50s?
What?
Was there more teen pregnancies in the 30s, 40s, and
They were
50s?
getting married because they were getting pregnant.
Wait, I'm asking.
In other countries too, like we can pull it up.
Out of wedlock,
You might know that I sent so that we could have a thoughtful discussion, a list of topics. This wasn't I. And so I can come back and I can do all the research to understand exactly what sex education happens at this grade and that grade and what's most common we can do.
Year,
But I
not
do not
grade.
know all
So
stories.
fucker agree to this, but we're on it. Let's have a conversation. So are you saying that in the 30s, 40s, 50s, there's less teen pregnancy? So you can answer the question.
I am not sure. He said he couldn't fix that. 20 teen pregnancy rates. No, I know.
Well, because it stands to reason if you're for gay sex education, you would have to agree that in gay sex education,
Sex education.
yeah, okay, when gay sex education wasn't taught, like the 50s, let's say, or the 40s, or things like this, and you say, well, necessarily, we teach these things because it reduces teen pregnancy, it reduces, X, Y, and Z. Shouldn't we see those high rates back then when they weren't teaching it? And we don't.
You have, I can't speak to every exact stat, but you do see the way that we've addressed STDs, yes, how we decreased teen pregnancy and abortion.
They haven't decreased teen pregnancy. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so let's
When you shop in the Safeway app, you can count on delivery in as soon as 30 minutes.
Where do these fucking people live in their mind?
Just the same small.
Listen, yeah, so is there anything based on what he said about the level of education you disagree with? Because it seems pretty comprehensive to me. At whatever grade you start teaching sex education, you should be like, discussing to the extent to protect against STDs and things like that. I think people should be teaching, would you refer to it like fetishes, like, of course, eating feces and I was gonna say shit like that, unintended, but like, no, that I don't agree with that at all.
Those books are in schools, for instance.
we already addressed it. Yeah, we have bipartisanship, get inappropriate books out.
Right, so
I don't tell you that a book about like someone's journey being black or something, which no one brought that
No one brought that up.
We all agree with that.
Well, my thing is, I don't even think it should be in the education system unless the parents allow it. I think the parents should make the decision, do I want my kid to get this sex type of education, this grade, whatever, and if the parent says no, they don't teach it. The kid leaves when they teach it. I think it needs to be on the parents, not me.
Just to clarify, do you feel that way about like all sex ed, that there should be like all sex education?
All of it should be done through the parents. The parents decide when it's taught, how it's taught, and they have strict oversight of it. Because some parents want to have that conversation with their children to educate them in their own way. I think that should be 100% on the parents, and then they decide. And then obviously they know what's going to be taught at different grades, etc. The parents should be having 100%.
Even like sex education, I do know this for sure, but we both sides get the exact numbers on this. A part of I know, but like a lot works in this space where there's a big emphasis of making sure people are being educated properly. Because even like assault and knowing how to prevent sexual assault and knowing how to do power authority.
You're gonna prevent
and understanding what assault is and doing so when your teachers and whenever you're disciplining on a parent, you may not do it comprehensively, or students to tell them about all these things, they end up being put in more dangerous.
Well, parents need to know what you're taught. That's the importance of educating the parents on this is what we plan to do.
There should be, yes, I agree. I don't think, yeah, there should be total choice, well,
We need to know the transparency needs to be there.
Because the parent might be the one who
there should be some needs. I
to the teacher. Where they should be talking.
There should be transparency. I was gonna say, I agree that there should be transparency. I think the state has an interest in protecting children as well, and, educating about sex and avoiding the STDs and things of that nature.
So we are just out of time, but I do have one more question for everybody. Do you believe that parents should have the final say when it comes to the medical decisions of their children?
There, I have a caveat. I want to agree with this, but I do have a caveat. There are like religious nutcases who exist they won't get their kids any treatment for anything, not a broken bone, not they have a thought that's like a terrible infection, they won't allow them to have antibiotics, they just like pray over them, right? And this type of thing. I do support some sort of intervention on behalf of those children so that they get the treatment they need so they don't die of these like organ infections or something like this from a broken bone.
Yeah.
I think within the confines of reason, this should be ascertained, but generally speaking, of course, parents should have the right over the medical decisions of their kids. Who else should? So do you guys agree?
I agree with that. Or the only thing I would say is like if they want to say I want to transition my kid, then no, because there are some movies out there that say, oh,
I put that on par.
I wanted to add that. I wanted to just add that. But like, yeah, serious medical situation or transitioning their kids, that's the two times where the parent's decision doesn't really,
I was just gonna say as a general heuristic, I think that when it comes to minors, parents, like, you should generally have the final say, but I agree with Dave that there should be some exceptions,
Like, when it gets to the neglect.
yeah, exactly, or abuse, or things of that nature, so I think it's just like trying to identify that line, and I'll totally admit that I don't know.
Like, people under
Well, because it's have their own.
It's not arbitrary, but there is interpretation.
Yeah.
There's no way around the fact that there's interpretation.
So we do have to wrap. The reason why I want to ask kind of quick with it is that in blue states, if a child is distressed and the doctor prescribes gender transition, the parents say no. The state intervenes and says you do not have the right to decide for your child. In red states, it's inverted. In red states, it's inverted. If the parent says my kid should get a transition, the state intervenes and says no, you can't. So I bring this up because there is this principle that people like to bring up that the parents should ultimately decide. But the reality is, based on the moral worldview, people will easily break from that principle.
Well, I think it's because we all agree that the framework should be if you're not yet able to decide for yourself, if you're not a legal adult, then you have to decide in accordance with your guardians. It's just a matter of where we draw the line of when sort of you lose guardianship because you're making such.
Well, what's so bizarre is I feel like the right,
but also right often.
I feel like the English and right is the only ones who are consistent on this. So, like, we would say the same thing. If you're taking a 2-year-old and getting full body tattoos for the 2-year-old, you take your 2-year-old to the tattoo parlor and give them full body tattoos, we would be like, no, you're not allowed to do that. What's that?
It's not consistent.
What's inconsistent?
It's impossible to be consistent on this issue because it's based on morality, not on other.
No, I'm saying their moral position is consistent within the principle of the morality.
You're saying
That's my point. Everyone should never have to morality. Yeah, it's not a question of whether parents have the right. It's a question of whether it adheres to your morals.
Yeah, no, but other moral positions are not consistent to their principle on this. I'm arguing, I think that the Christian position is consistent in its moral principles on that issue. I think it is actually consistent. I don't think that the harm reductionists or the utilitarians, things like this, I don't think they're consistent. Because I think that if you're trying to do harm reduction as a principle, that you can clearly see that this is not a reduction of harm to the child to put them on puberty blockers and things like this, though they argue it is. They can't really make that declaration correctly. I think that they're not consistent. I think that the Christian principle is actually consistent.
We're going to wind things up. We'll wrap it up. So everybody, thank you for answering the last. I have to do more of these. We'll just go around with final thoughts and we'll start. We'll go around this way so that I have a chance to get back in here. But do you want to get final thoughts and shout out to your
Yeah, sure. My name is Andrew Wilson, host of the one and only Crucible Popular Entertainment Show on YouTube. Often guesting on Tim Pool. Thank you again, Tim, for having me. We appreciate it. Anytime, and thank you too. This was actually a more productive conversation than ultimately I thought it would be, though I think we got off in the weeds about a few things. I'd be open to discussing more with you guys in other settings too. If you want to really tackle more of these issues, I'm happy to do so. But I really appreciate the venue and ultimately we move on. So,
Previously on YouTube, yeah, I always appreciate the dialogue and
where do people find it?
movies on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Myron Gaines, when I have the Fresh Show podcast, I was on my own talk show. I talk about culture and politics. Myron Gaines X on there. Fresh Show on YouTube, Rumble. One was the home base for us. Obviously with some of our takes and thanks for having me. It's always great to be here.
Right on. And last but not least,
Sorry, I was holding that in for a while. I was basically doing jingles in my chair. I'm excited modern politics, I'm a commentator. I enjoy the conversation. Thank you for the invitation. And it's going to be a long, brutal 4 years. I hope you all are happy.
I'm pretty happy about gas is fun.
Yeah. It's a very good time.
All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We're back with some.
Style and certainly ratings top tier golf suites. Play more than 80 famous golf courses around the world.
That's right. That is a capoeirista. He's also, so apparently, the guy with the faux hawk, look at that, is a capoeirista. He's also living near my parents, so I should meet up with him. Ooh, okay, all right. Needed a follow-up to that kid, right?
Mealua, as that's called. Mealua de French, that was a roundhouse kick. Dude, okay. Sometimes you just need to get hit a little nice, a little filet esquiva, right? Esquiva's like escape. So, okay, he's taking the back.
There he is.
If he gets the hooks in,
Get him! Get him! Put him out! No,
He's cranking. Right, let's see if he did it. That might be enough. That might be enough here. You know, he's a big guy, but Capo, he's just 200 pounds. So, Dino, oh, he tapped. Sometimes, right? Sometimes in these situations, just the crank's enough. And I was praying. I mean, someone that's trained capoeira, I have to break down in slow motion. That's called a Dino, right? So, notice he's not just jingling for the sake of jingling. He's trying to find entry. So that's really good. And sometimes this rhythm, right? Mealua de French, but the thing is he didn't have a follow-up. Sometimes you need to kind of make one mistake. That's why fights are dangerous. Sometimes you make that one mistake, that's enough. But thank goodness. Oh, I see. He was trying to beat the Chiva. That right there. So, watch this. He was actually trying to find an entry for a Vinga Chiva. See, that was a Vinga Chiva entry. And so, that little landed, and he followed up with some punches. That's pretty cool. And then, one thing I like about this capoeira,
We're getting out gold a bit. We're making exact ingot sizes if we have the right amount of gold that's going to fill the ingot perfectly. We don't want it to overflow. First thing we're going to do is we're going to put it in what's called a pickle. And it's a type of acid. And what it does is it cleans the metal root really thoroughly. But because it's very, very acidic, we're going to rinse it. And now we're going to be putting it in something called borax. So what this does is this kind of helps the metal flow. Yep. Put it out right and mix it.
criticizing women, feminists, and even the host was uncomfortable. Here, you just see Kimmel going, yeah, right? Dummies on the internet. Speaking of communists, Jimmy Kimmel, he had Bill Burr on the show. Okay, let me be really clear here. Bill Burr is one of the funniest comics ever. You could argue top 10, top 5 ever. No one would actually have a problem with that. So it's not about him not being funny. There's been a noticeable shift though from Bill Burr, where when he would do his voice, you know, it was kind of like we do Acclaim Truth, where he would point out something stupid that somebody might say, and it was relatable. You know, he would say, you know, like, dude, you got guys that are so, you gotta check your weight. But like, Jesus, shut up, right? Like, come on. What, like I was just born rich? Like I just came splattering out in yachts, you know, whatever it is, what he would say. And now his voice is actually so out of touch with the common man, it becomes unrelatable. And his whole career, like Jeff Firestein was saying, he's built on like, dude, do your research. Like, read up, build a verse, right? That's the kind of thing he would do. Yeah. And now he pairs the lines that you hear in mainstream media that could be dispelled with a modicum of research. So I ask you, first up, where would you rank him among comedians? I would rank him very highly. I get it. He's far more accomplished than really most comics of the modern era. And he is fundamentally wrong in his response here on Kimmel to the Los Angeles fires. Here we go.
Yeah, it's like most people I had to. I got lucky, you know, the winds moved, but, you know, the fire was coming and all that stuff, so I feel lucky. And I think everybody did a great job. Yeah, unlike the internet, you know. Oh my God, all of these fire experts. Why didn't you just fly a helicopter into the ocean and then just get out of because of the 100-knot winds? You want to do that? You want to do that at night? You lunatic? This was definitely mismanaged. Mismanaged, like some idiot on the internet knows how to manage the worst fire in LA. Sitting there in his underwear. You know what? Looking at the footage on the internet, I have determined that this here was mismanaged.
Okay, well, it definitely was left in Spanish because the LA fires are the costliest fire disaster in American history. They may end up being the most costly natural disaster in American history. That remains to be seen. And to be clear, nobody was criticizing the rank and file firefighters. Like, that's just
It's just none of us are saying, it's not dangerous. You can go do
right.
you can go fly. We're not saying that.
And the dynamic is very different. If you watch him on with Conan or you watch him on older shows, they're always kind of laughing through their teeth because he's somewhat adversarial with them. Like, no, look, I get it, right? Like, they're women who watch, so you can't say, like, being a mom is the fucking hardest job in the world. Really? Dude, you can just put them down on some trumped up charges. I thought, like, roofing, insurance, a redhead, you know? And then the audience was like, ooh, because you're criticizing women, feminists, and even the host was uncomfortable. Here, you just see people going, yeah, right? Dummies on the internet. Right, that's the entire dynamic. It's very, very different. And not only the number of show references available, but people, including the very lesbian LA Fire Chief, Kristen Crowley, and it's relevant because she's lesbian, she criticized the city for underfunding the department, you know, for the rank and file firefighters.
Was your budget for the fiscal year 2024-2025 cut? I can tell you, I'm going to go back further than that. Again, since day one, we've identified huge gaps in regard to our service delivery and our ability from our firefighters, boots on the ground, to do their jobs. Since day one, this is my third budget as we're going into 25-26. What I can tell you is we are still understaffed, we're still under-resourced, and we're still underfunded. So with that, whether it's 7 million, 10 million, was the budget cut? Yes, it was cut. And it did impact our ability to provide service.
Dude, you can't trust her, she's a dyke. She hates those guys, right? Nothing would make her happier than sending them off to their death. That would be old Bill Burr. Yes. And Burr went on to claim, again, it's just factually completely inaccurate, which is fine, I get it, and it'll be like comedy had on, and it looks, not all comedies accurate, but this seemed as though it was actually based in an opinion that is ill-founded. He went on to make the claim that it was the fault of the insurance companies.
I love how all the chatter out there is about bans of illegal immigrants and homeless people lighting fires. Light fires
get it. Well, the real reason the media is not bringing up the insurance companies is because it's embarrassing as it relates to liberal policy. If Kimmel were to bring up the insurance companies, he would have to bring up the state that he loves and supports and weeps for supportively on a regular basis, because going back to 1988, California had passed Prop 103. That basically just unofficially, just abstract, and just picked, it capped what the insurance companies could charge. And the insurance companies said, hey, hold on a second, we need to charge more because, specifically the neighborhood that's, Bel Air Tinderbox, we need to charge the rates higher because there's more liability. California said, no, that's usurious, right, because we hate corporations. And I get insurance companies definitely fleece people sometimes with the power and backing of government. We saw that with United Healthcare. But the reason is because the state of California made it so expensive and basically not worth the risk that insurance companies said, okay, we're leaving. We're just not going to be insuring these homes. So now you have a lot of Californians who depend on state-funded fire insurance. It's called FAIR. And ultimately all this puts the California taxpayers in the hook for about $392 billion. Jeez. So it isn't like this is unprecedented. Right? You see this with health insurance across the board, whether it's the Affordable Care Act, or in that case there weren't any caps, but you couldn't deny people for pre-existing conditions. If you want to look at the lobbying groups that are incredibly powerful and have done nothing to improve their business model as it relates to you, the consumer, look at insurance companies across the board. Any of you talking to an H-1B data on the look.
It takes a half day to get through that.
Yes.
And denied.
Yes. So, I mean, we talked about it.
And it kind of pissed me off, this little smirk thing at the end about Luigi. I mean, I get it. Maybe that was a joke, and I get it. Free Luigi! Really? No.
Yeah.
I swear, I hope that was a joke.
I'm sure it was.
And if it was, fine. It's kind of funny because she did the little thing at the end. I was like, he's a funny guy.
He's okay. Yeah, he's fine, but
If you're serious,
It's a 1-month-old joke, but yeah, they don't want to bring up that point though. Yeah, the insurance companies left. Yeah. But why? Is it because of mismanagement and policies?
yeah.
And that's the problem. Is you have the one part, and that's again we're breaking down a joke. So it's like, okay, I get it, it's a joke. There are fallacies and jokes. That's part of it. But yeah, you gotta mention that part too. People take it seriously when they go, oh yeah, all these idiots on the internet.
Yeah.
All these idiots on the internet. We're on ABC. This is legit. We're big time TV people. Oh, we're elitists. All you dumb idiots.
Well, and I don't think either that bringing in a joke this wasn't necessarily a joke. And here again, there's no Bill Burr used to be very logical with his jokes, even if I disagree. But in this case, it's like, okay, let's believe that all corporations and insurance companies are evil. All right, let's start with that. Let's they're simply motivated to just as soon leave you dead in the street if they couldn't make a buck. They're going to forego, I believe, the most populated state in the union, if it's either number 1 or number 2, California. They're going to forego that giant potential pool of profit just because. There's no world in which, and you're also dealing with some of the wealthiest people in the world, certainly in Los Angeles. They could raise those rates. Why would they leave money on the table? It means that there is no possible way for the business to ensure that it makes sense. How does that happen? Only when government is involved. State Farm, any of these insurance companies, absolutely. If there was a way, they would raise the rates on people who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars in these locales, charge astronomically, and make a huge profit. Let alone everyone else in that state of California. It makes no sense.
Yeah, they're the number 1 by a lot, by the way. So 40 million there, 30 million in Texas. So there's a lot of people willing to pay some money. And by the way, when did they leave? That matters a lot. Like, I'm not placing blame on people necessarily, but if you're going to look at something like this, a catastrophe, the most expensive fire we have, I think Hurricane Helene was around $250 billion. But if it gets to that point, obviously it'll be the most costly natural disaster. If you're going to look at that and say, oh, okay, well, yeah, that's a bad thing, but these guys need to look, okay, where do I live? Okay, there's a fire risk. So how is it managed? We've gone to that already. And what is my own personal responsibility? Well, if insurance got canceled in June, which was the case in some of these instances, you had a lot of time to either get other insurance or go to that fair policy that California, the state, was providing for you. It's not like you had to sit there with no coverage whatsoever. You just did. Well, that sucks, but
in some instances, there definitely was no insurance available outside of the state. That's pretty Yeah, but it's also a pretty lengthy process. So there were some people who just got caught at a bad time.
Maybe there's some of those, but I think the vast majority of the people that are complaining about it had some significant amount of time, enough time to get another insurance policy or go through the state policy process, which if it's a lengthy process, maybe it's a month or two,
Yeah.
they still would have had the opportunity. So I don't want us just to go, oh, they canceled like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Oh, by the way, did you hear that State Farm has actually canceled their upcoming Super Bowl ad due to the fires, allegedly? Which I said, well, that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Why would they pull it? And we're not sure what was in the upcoming ad, but based on their last major ad, it makes sense.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Ugh.
Or they're not there.
They're like, hey, can we just run this back for the Super Bowl? It's in LA. It'll be great. Arnold, California.
This almost seems distasteful.
What?
Screaming about the fire, you baby.
I think the Super Bowl's actually in New Orleans this year, which means they probably switched it to a hurricane.
Oh, it is New Orleans. That's right. I said LA.
Here comes the story of the hurricane. Bob Dylan.
If you like this video and you want to see more, you can hit the notification bell to know when more videos are up, or just watch weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern. We live stream. It's actually live, where we interact with you, and we are so happy to be here with you because it's a known fact that content creators online are the happiest among us.
Safety protocols. Granger has the safety pros too called.
That's actually, you're right about that. It does sound disrespectful.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like a disrespectful guy is more likely to use that word for something.
Yeah, that's why I call him.
Yeah, I can do that.
episode of Fishing with David Lucas, we got the very beautiful Valerie Bond, aka Get in the Car. What's up, girl? So I'm trying this new rig that I actually finished with Under the Hogs production, but he used the skinny one. So we gotta weight it. We gotta weight with a swivel, and we're putting a bobber on it to keep it from it'll float above the water instead of just being on the bottom. We'll see. We gotta find out what works on this thing.
Yeah.
And Valerie actually has to put up on Myrna.
I do.
Let me find it.
I took paint now, but it's part of the experience.
Don't get it at Starbucks.
Okay. Add some flavor.
You ever ate one?
No, but I did find a little baby bird outside of my house that had fallen out of the nest.
You can't touch it, right?
Well, no, it had fallen out of the nest and it came back because it was like in a little stuck area. So I ended up taking care of this bird and feeding it worms every 2 hours for 2 months.
Damn. What kind of bird?
Just like one of the little brown ones. But he died. Okay. Who wants that?
Everybody knows how cats.
Well, I'm used to a bait caster, so this is different.
This is a sort of
Can I
bait.
go right here?
Yeah, leave it there. You don't hit the camera. No, we gotta get out further than that.
Further, okay, I'm gonna go further.
When you stir, I thought it was good.
I'm stuck. Okay.
Yeah. You almost got it.
I should have brought my fishing pole.
You should have.
I just got a new one for fish hooks too.
Really?
I'm doing so bad.
Yeah, give me this.
No, I'll get it. I'll get it. There's so many things in the way. My poor little worm. I'm stuck. Okay. No. I have to get it.
Hold on. You bitch.
Alright. There we go.
See what happens right now. Right? This is not hot. I imagine the fish ain't too deep. It's like 70 degrees. The water's probably like right at 60, 70.
Get it over there.
Hell no, this that video that was good. You can't even let your dog swim in this water. That should keep it out.
I had went to Barton Springs. Do you know the sign of Barton Springs?
No, I wouldn't go out. So you went to Barton Springs when you dug it in the
Oh,
garden?
no, it's better.
How'd you like it?
I loved it. You can just cruise around topless there.
Really? You be on that topic?
Yeah, on the, there's like a home side, like the homeless side.
Really?
And you just let the water.
Show them titties. A lot of chicks go on that topic.
I saw one on the clean side topless.
Really?
I realized you could do it, but there's cameras up there.
I think there is the news reach.
Is there? Well, it's legal to be topless in Austin.
It's legal? Really?
Yep. Austin, San Francisco, and New York. You just cruise around topless.
I don't think I've really ever seen girl titties out on social. I mean, not on purpose. I've seen where girls are fighting. When it's come out, you know, oh,
Right?
I try to avoid 6 feet on the weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm rarely here on the weekends, but occasionally when I'm here and I go down, try to do a spot, you'll see. Especially the later it gets.
People get
2, 3, alcohol, they say here, the dope, they get drugs in their system.
I think it's interesting that there's only so many cops standing together.
They don't do.
We don't have that at home. There's like 15 cops all just standing there.
But you're an OC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than to be.
What's your better?
I mean, it's almost like LA.
Yeah.
Like now.
There is a lot to do. Sorry, I was saying, OC was LA.
Oh, I love it.
Crime wise.
Crime wise.
Y'all don't play that shit.
I feel like people are maybe a little more real. I don't know. I like kind of
A lot of conservative guys.
yeah.
You grew up down there? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're OC good.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. And when I come here, I think I could live here, but I would miss the beach too much.
Yeah, this is all we got.
Yeah.
You gotta put some sand out there.
I'd be in the water. I'd be swimming. I might jump in there.
There's sometimes when you can swim this shit.
You get sick.
Sometimes the allergies shit.
Yeah. I got a strong immune system.
Yeah. Sometimes the allergies shit, sometimes you can't get allergies.
Yeah.
And this is a dog city. People love to come to dog city.
I don't get it.
I've never seen so many dogs anywhere.
Are you a dog person?
I have dogs, but I didn't like take my dog anywhere with me.
That's not your type.
Right, like I grew up in a black household, so like me even having my dog in the house, my mom is foreign.
Sleep outside.
Yeah, she's like dog mom outside. Not in this day and age. You get the dog sleep outside, they call police on her.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like I had to take it, especially when my dog, I had to take it close to her. When she was new, like maybe like 4 or 5 months. I just like how people will try to tell you about your dog. Because like people don't know dogs. They're like, oh, she's thirsty. You know anything about the dog? They can't drink a lot of water or eat after they can't go to the Italian.
Oh, yeah.
They can't eat for a lot or drink a lot after they pay or run because their stomach is full. So like she's having enough water. Like, you gonna pay for the stomach thing?
Yeah.
See, I do not like that. Like, when you see me treat my dog, go check it up.
Yeah. Yeah, people are weird like that.
Especially me in Boston. I feel like in LA, that's one thing I do is what LA, people in LA mind is fucking business.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's always that fun for me. But I feel like LA is gonna be a little bit
Really?
maybe something. I don't know.
Depending on the park. There definitely are stopping parks in
Yeah.
LA where people like, and I think that's what it is. Like, some parts are snobby to where they just don't give a damn. And I think so much crazy shit happens in LA to where they're like,
Yeah.
you be driving in LA and see a fucking whole tip on fire.
Yeah, nothing shocking.
Right, nothing shocking. So they see some weird shit, they're not saying that.
Yeah. Well, I've been there like after all the COVID stuff, and it was maybe 2022 or something, and there was still people, they were like on jobs, with masks on by themselves outside, and I was like, I gotta talk out.
People who were weird, COVID gave them opportunities to make people more weird.
Yeah, and there's still people that move around in masks, and I think maybe it's a way to hide, and like feel more comfortable, hide your face a little bit, but.
There's a lot of bad bitches around COVID. They got that mouth. You don't realize how much a mouth changes a person's whole face.
Yeah.
Because I see them, the fathers, them in the past, and they don't have a fuck. Yeah, or just the shape of their mouth. Yeah, you put some extra nice teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, crazy times. I'm so glad that's over. And also, they wanted the vaccine passports to go to restaurants and like, that's weird.
I used to go to everybody with my vaccine program.
Oh, you had a fake card? Yeah, I have fake cards too. But I felt kind of guilty even using it because I felt like I was playing into it. Because if everyone just said, fuck this, then they wouldn't have been able to get away with it.
Yeah, I remember at the time I was when I still lived in West Hollywood, when I was in West Hollywood, and well, the different part of West Hollywood. And I remember when you go to the grocery store, they had arrows to show you what I'm like.
And people would get mad if you walked the wrong way, get yelled at.
Oh, I used to call shit. I would call them to all the time.
Piss people off.
And I'd be like, I gotta go do it.
Yeah, everybody was scared of it.
It was worse than having a gun.
Yeah.
I believe in 2020 in LA, a person without mask to them was scary than a person with an automatic rifle. I could walk in without a mask, somebody could walk in with an AR with a mask on. It was like, sir, put your mask on.
Yeah.
You got a gun. You know what I'm saying? You're not wrong. Yeah, I don't, it was, when I think about it, like, it's just, like, what became of us as a country?
Yeah, well, everybody just started to comply. And that's what happened. If nobody would have complied, they wouldn't fly with it.
There's a lot of sheep.
Yeah. And I kind of felt like, I felt for it in the very beginning. I was scared. And then it was actually the coolest thing because the roads were completely open and we started doing big car cruises. So there was this whole thing that had started, and the first cruise we went to, there was 3 cars. They're all plastic cars. Maybe it was like 5 cars.
How many cars are there?
Like 12, I think. But so,
What's the best one?
my favorite one is the Mustang.
That's not.
Yeah, it's a 68 Fastback. That's my favorite just because I'm the most comfortable in it. And that's like,
How many horses?
like 20. Yeah, it's fun. It's really fun. But that one kind of started everything. Like, when I first started all of my online stuff, it was in that car. Blake had posted, my husband posted a video of us racing, and that blew up. And then I was just like, all right, well, might as well show the OnlyFans, put our money off of it.
You and your husband?
Yeah.
How many couple?
I just have to message.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. You gotta have a Tristan husband have OnlyFans, right?
Yeah. I don't know how he does it.
You seen that OnlyFans chick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're a really good little team. Yeah. He films a lot of stuff. Like,
This niggas is raw.
yeah, it's just us. So we're just like, we'll go fishing and film it. Or, like,
Maybe.
yeah, we talk this stuff. Yep.
You doing personal messages?
Huh?
You doing personal messages? What might good, female girls? I was like, so are they like away from each other? Like, yeah, that's what you keep them away from each other. There's 4 adults in the room all time zone. Okay, so my kids ain't paying there's 4 adults around. It's almost like there's too much. Okay, have you ever heard of this this saying that being overly safe, now you're unsafe? That's what actually works in the oil field. It works on so many different levels. And it's like they're paying attention, but I don't know if their attention's taken, but you know, I can't say anything or, you know, have an opinion of that because I'm not in the room, I'm not observing, there's no video, you know, I can't sit on the wall and fly. You know, I wish I could. And so they're addressing the issue. I told them I made my phone calls and I told my daughter I'd handle it, and I'm trying to handle it. So I'm trying to handle it the best I possibly can with being a man, and that means you know, like kind of like having the feelings that all men do when their children get picked on, and you want to like do something about it. I was like, you know, I was like, I really feel bad if my little girl ends up taking a pencil to some kid because of something. And I was like, you know, if we could stop that from happening, you know, hey, more power to it, you know, like, oh my gosh. But I was like, when I already know, okay, so I already told him, I was like, if I already know I can do different things, she has no idea that she can do what I can do, but she already can. I was like, it goes to the simple fact that Joe Rogan's daughters know how to rear naked choke somebody, and they never even did jiu-jitsu ever in their whole life, and they're kept away from it. But literally, they know how to do it. So just because the parents know, like it was because the parent of the DNA, it's literally like everything you know, your kids know. So, anyways, so we talked about that stuff, and so. Yeah, Hannah's lashing out in class. It's like a daily thing. I don't know about that one. They just keep her, they try to keep her like on, they're asking me to help work with her on things. And I can only work with her so much. She only comes here for a couple hours, and she wants to be lovey and play with me and everything. Not working on her fucking behavior. You know what I mean? Or speech, or fucking something. It's playtime with that, and I can't even get that. And the thing is, I showed them her bedroom. I'm like, she hasn't even slept in her bed. Look, she's like a princess. No, yeah, she's all about Disney princesses. I'm like, yeah. Because the simple fact that I've treated her as a princess her whole life. And literally, she is. So, it's not that... I'm trying... I've done the best of what I can, and my daughter says please and thank you, and she's polite, but she also has crazy fucking lash outs, so we can't get them lashing out in order, you know, to stop in order for her to come home. So, you know, and it's not that, in order for, if she comes home, lashing out's gonna stop. And it just, that's what I was trying to get at, my fucking words. My dyslexia kept fucking me there. And they were talking about, like, learning disabilities and stuff. Okay, so she's got ADHD, this and that. I'm like, she probably is dyslexic and has what I have. Since she is me and I am her. So, I was like, I didn't have any medications for ADHD. And I went through all of the classes on what the thing is, they had correctional reading glasses for dyslexic people, and they're made in London. I was like, I remember, we went over there, we were there for 2 weeks, and they said we were gonna be there for another 2 weeks, so we were gonna be a month in London, and it was already terrible food, but I had to get my eyes remeasured for the next 13 days extra, which made no sense. I went, so we left.
without getting my glasses. Like, that's the only thing I know that medications help. Like, you know, you guys are talking about medication for my daughter. And Kara said, if my daughter is recommended medications and the state, and I'm against it, the state can make that a requirement for my daughter to be on medication when she doesn't need behavioral fucking modification. Yeah, they can file a motion and then they can get it into, and do you think that Swenson would not go against the state's recommendation for anything? She doesn't even care about anything that we've had to fucking say, except for facts. Because she can make up anything she wants. She's got her own team to help create, you know, the income for the state for every year. Alright? That's what I see her on teams. Because there ain't nobody on my team. And I understand I have a legal thing, but nobody's been, there's nobody on my team because I still haven't got my daughter back, and they still don't want to listen to the fucking facts. And that's one of the things. I asked the appellate lawyer, told her, oh, this is how I feel, this is what she's, I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, I know. I was like, but the thing is, there's nothing more than me suing the state and holding everybody accountable for it. You know? That means, like, I have to go through hell and have to go mental fucking, you know, gymnastics for these fucking assholes. And I have to be perfect all day long. I already live that life. So why do I have to fucking just emulate and show it to people? I don't like showing anybody. No, I'm proving myself to anybody makes me just never care about them. I don't really know. They said that it's going through, but that they haven't made a decision. The Ninth Circuit hasn't made a decision yet. So it just takes fucking too long for them to care. And my daughter doesn't have years. And I got 10 years with my child from when she was born for me to be, you know, impactful in her life. And what she sees, and she's already halfway through it, she already sees a bunch of terrible people constantly because of me. And all she wants to do is come home. She doesn't want to leave, and she wants to stay in bed. And can't even give my daughter what she needs. Because the state keeps getting and they don't want to hear it. Yeah. It's this one supervisor because the state didn't give any recommendations. They were sick and tired of needing something they didn't need, and so they did it themselves. The visitation place, not the state. The state, and all of them are the same, unless they're being trained and they're brand new. All of the people that wrote fucked up statements about me are gone. No longer work for the agency anymore, and they were there for a very long time too. It's not like they just, you know, got a better job. You think there's better jobs in Spokane that pay like $25 an hour to do nothing except for like write down some fucking shit and take a kid here and there? Oh, they do. Fucking McDonald's. $25 an hour to do fucking shit at McDonald's. As I was making $22 an hour to start in 2012 in the oil fields. Killing myself, right? That's the thing. Fucking these people don't even know what hard work is. This is why I can't even like, I can't even tell people, hey, the fucking oil field's hiring, go out there. Because most of the time I did that. I'm like, dude, fucking make job. Go out and make 15 grand a paycheck. And you'll love your life after that. And I'm like, what? Good, really? Yeah, but it's not worth the fucking risk of you breaking your ass and I'm not covering you. Tell you that one. Or I would be in a house right now with massage, masseuse, fucking running my nuts, fucking, you know, as my daughter by my nanny. You know what I mean? So like, I can't even. Yeah, oil field sucks, but depending on if you get hurt, that's it. It's 90% that either you get hurt or you're incapacitated for the rest of your life. It's 90% because it's 50% you're gonna die at work. Yeah. And no one even thinks about that stuff. They even talk to me about that one too. Like, hey, so high mortality rate, not turnover rate, not the fucking turnover rate. You know, like the fucking kitchen. People just die because they have a career and they will not stop until it is done. One of the things that I can't even wait, I really need to do it, is like have Hannah here for sunsets. And literally like, she literally is like staring at the sun, literally, she's like, look at the sky, look at the sky. I'm like, yeah, look, it's purple and blue and pink. And literally like, so I have a giant thing for sunsets and sunrises, and so does Hannah, and then like she just gets it from me, you know. So when I can't even be able to like share it with her, because like, you know, this whole thing, because we used to watch the sun come up. No. I got told that I am invited to school events and stuff like that, but I cannot be there without a visitation super fucking visor or CPS. So I can't be at any school functions, no nothing. So it eliminates me from being around anything that has to do with their school and Hannah. So kind of makes it so I don't fucking exist. It's literally it's literally like, she was like, well, Kara's like, yeah, I can't, he can't be approved because of this and that. I'm like, you know, my case is also this whole situation is all because of a vindictive woman calling me in after I called her a bad name and I argued with her from a snap. This is the reason why we are all like this right now. They don't even know how to accept that. And it's not that my daughter was removed because of that. If the lady didn't fucking call, there would be no fucking removal. Because nobody's balls are bigger than the lady on the other side of that line. Because literally, no one's balls were big. Like when I lived at my apartments, I had the biggest balls in that whole fucking place. Like somebody wanted to fuck with me, then they want to call the cop, to call the fucking CPS or something and do some fake ass report. Because I'm untouchable. That's the thing. I was like, when you do good things and you protect your area and you deal with the police and you work with Homeland Security, you figure that you're a good fucking person, right? Yeah, but it doesn't make it doesn't make you a good person at all. Just because you have the highest integrity ever makes you a piece of shit in this state. So I just don't have fucking blue hair. You know what I mean? If I had blue hair or fucking tits sewn on me and my dick cut off and a vagina put there, I would be the talk of the fucking town. But I don't, and I'm not. And I'm quote unquote not talking to anybody. Hey, that's the thing. I've not been talked to. They're like, oh, we have contacts, once or twice a month. I went, yeah, that's because you need to talk to me, because the thing is, I have no problems with anything. That's why you don't have to talk to me. Like I live my life perfectly. I don't hurt anybody. I don't break the fucking law. I might fucking break the law every time I drive because my license is fucking expired. But no one's got the balls to fucking pull me over. No, that's not that Melissa was trying to help me get my license and shit too. And it wasn't like I didn't need her, you know? been waiting to hear from somebody since I let Melissa go in the summer. But, you know, if that guy's busy, just like everybody else is super busy, then I needed somebody. I needed somebody for a while, just because the thing is, they're getting away with things, and they're not able to, like, my daughter's shit not being addressed till now. Like the stuff with my daughter's brain not fucking being talked about at all still. Like, oh, she's got ADHD, oh, she's got this and got that. Alright, let's talk about her being addicted to drugs when she was born. How about her head being smashed against the ground every fucking day we had visits? And every day we didn't, she never saw it. She didn't see it. So, that's the thing. They don't want to talk about the fucking abuse my daughter's been through their care. And that's simple. I wouldn't want to talk about it either if I was going to get my fucking balls sued and go to jail. Hey, people do that shit all the time. It's called keeping evidence, keeping information from withholding evidence is what it's called. So, but that's the thing. It's just going one thing after another after another after another. Just like I didn't know about me not knowing things. Just like, you know, my daughter being addicted to drugs and me not knowing anything about it, and being able to collect disability for her and put us in a different situation, a better environment, which I probably wouldn't have called this bitch a fucking cunt. You know what I mean? Like, hey, fuck. Because they're like, this is the thing. Kara was talking about like medication appointment or whatever for Hannah, and I was like, okay. The main thing is, with these disorders that people have, this ADHD and autism or whatever, so that's environmental. And she's like, no, but environmental, you know what that means? Because everything about your environment impacts your mental capacity and your mental state. Like sucking and huffing brake dust off the side of the fucking freeway since he was on the way. Like brake dust. So that's literally, you know that's the pollution part of why people are dying? Cars, the brake dust. That's the number one. It's the reason why people in Spokane are so unhappy and they leave the city. And literally, it was on print too, and it wasn't a part of their boomtown thing. I don't want to claim this as a boomtown when it's not developing and it's just a shithole cesspool that keeps homeless people on the streets because it keeps these fuckers in office that just padded their fucking out of their pockets with all the money. That literally, as long as they keep 90% in homeless beds and like say 90% in the prison industry being full, 90% being in the medical industry, and the hospital being full, that's how they get the funding. If they're got full beds, that's how they get funding. You know that's why they say all these hospitals are at capacity, if not more. They only could serve 10% of the people. And that is right there one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Because if these people need bodies filled in beds, just like CPS does to get their funding from the government. It's the same shit in the hospital and in the prison system. Because the prison goes, hey, we got no more beds open, this and that. Well, why don't you fucking stop doing this shit? And literally, it's not even the people, it's the sentences of these people. And the thing is, we got fucked up, the disgusting serial pedophiles that are get released and go back in because they just create another victim left and right, when we could just fucking publicly assassinate these people. Like execution, a long drop and a short stop, you know what I mean? Like fucking, even to fucking cut their heads off in front of people and let people see the shower of blood that comes out. Where you go, you do not touch a child. You do not do this at all. We need to bring it all back. Because people are too soft. That's what we have to in this case. We have too soft of fucking verbal shit. Just like, what's her name with the title? The Well, we need. Everybody's been too soft. We have too soft of words. We got fucking men thinking they're women, dressing up like that. We got people fucking being so confused. And literally, when they're talking about even in this parent teacher conference thing, they're talking about ADHD, and I was like, well, and I had to prove some things, and literally I proved it just by putting my EMF meter to my fluorescent lighting that's in my kitchen. I was like, look, see how it's red? I went, kids are underneath these all day long. I was like, and this is why they can't focus. Change the lighting in the place. Oh, we changed it to LEDs. I'm like, that's worse. I'm like, you know that LEDs are worse than fluorescent? It's constant pulsing. It doesn't stop. That's what people don't understand. The light that you see is a flicker of light that's flashing at 1,000 miles an hour. Hey, it's just like you know about the Apple phones? Every 5 seconds they pop pictures in infrared. Yeah, every time. Yeah, and they'll keep you going. It'll keep going. That's what it really does. And so the more I go deep into frequency, the more weirder shit I come across, and I told them too. I was all, the stuff that I know, it makes me want to strangle myself, because the thing is, it's just one thing after another that keeps popping off. Like, oh yeah, this actually disrupts this, and this disrupts that. I'm like, this is the reason why I have electromagnetic field meters, so I can tell if something's off. And literally, it's a ghost hunting tool. It was funny. Yeah, they were using it in here as a ghost hunting tool. I went, look, they're like, oh, I have an attachment to you. I'm like, you have what? I don't know if you're able to be in here with attachment on you, so your attachment is probably outside the door. So I'm pretty sure that I've already severed the attachment that you have to whatever that you think you have. I was like, but here, hold this. And the meter was just at like 1 and 2, like baseline. And then Hannah, they hand it to Hannah. Hannah's is like, starts kicking off in the middle. I was like, look at that. I'm like, look at Hannah's. Look at yours. What do you think? Her electromagnetivity or frequency is so much higher than other people. I can hit it on the meter. And that's crazy. You shouldn't be able to detect the bioelectric field. Yeah, they have that stuff. They have it over in, I think it's in Southern Florida, the magnetics lab, because that's the only magnetic college that exists, that they deal with electromagnets that are so huge that it could probably sway people's minds. And it's at the bottom of Florida, like at the very, very end of Florida, because it's all surrounded by water on three sides. Yeah, you gotta have that, because they're literally messing with electromagnetic fields that are planetary size. So, yeah, that's actually, I wanted to go be down at that school, and I called and talked to a professor down there, and he said that what they do is pretty wild, but there's no really danger on it. Well, you guys don't really understand the danger of messing with fluctuating magnetic fields, especially when, say, we're in a polar excursion like we are in right now. And he goes, what, really? And I went, yeah, you know that, right? He goes, well, I've heard about it. And I'm like, well, we have a pole shift. That's the layman's terms. I was like, but when magnetic poles start on their excursion, flying away, then things are going to start going haywire. So having that conversation was about like 30 minutes. And it was probably one of the biggest conversations I've ever had, and came away with the most information. And it was me and this professor talking about electromagnetic fields and the perturbation and the frequency of what we get exposed by. And I could have probably gotten a gotten a scholarship from just talking to him about that. I know so much about it. The thing is, if I were to go and make the things I want to make, I'd probably be killed. Every single person right now, I can send you a video of them. All these inventors, all these people that have created, from the water-powered car to the diesel motor to all of them, have been murdered and all their stuff taken. Do you think they purposely did that to Nikola Tesla? To make him become the worst recluse ever and his body just shrivel up and him die alone in his apartment? That's what they made him do. Because they bankrupted him. The government bankrupted him completely. Because JP Morgan owned the United States, and literally corporations own the United States. We have no control over it. The Declaration of Independence is garbage. Because we cannot stand up against a tyrannical organization like the United States, because they push the buttons. The lobbies. The lawyer lobby is the biggest one, and they come up with so much stuff. This is literally one of the reasons why I hate lawyers. Don't take it personal. Because the lawyer lobby is the biggest lobby in America, but in the world. And they put in new fucking shit all the time to just go after another demographic of people. If not that, they go after things that they get funding for. And it steals the money from the taxpayers, and it's literally why fucking California is burning, North Carolina was destroyed, so is Florida. No one fucking cares. But they care about Ukraine. And they care about the fucking Jews. And I have to say that with the expletive on the front of it. Just because, it's one of the things that they will not stop doing. They literally took all the Nazi scientists and split them with Russia. And went to create a Cold War. That was what that was about. The first person to hit nuclear. And then they share each other's secrets. It's literally what they got going on now. We have TR3Bs. If you put in, after we're done, put in your Google search thing, in your query, put TR3B. It'll come up with the triangle spacecraft that they have for the 6th gen fighters of the United States. I'll send you a screenshot of what the thing says. You're just going, no way. And it's Lockheed Martin. We have all, yeah. I got a buddy in Justin, Alaska that moved from. He was my computer lab partner and my science lab partner. So we do dissections, all that shit. He used to work for JPL, like Jet Propulsion's laboratory. JPL was made by Warner von Braun. So same thing with NASA. And actually, no, JPL is from what's his fucking name? Jack Parsons. Yeah, because it's Jack Parsons' lab. It's JPL. So, and literally they went, oh, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. No, it's named after Jack Parsons. It actually just says Jack Parsons Laboratory on the fucking thing when you pull up. So, yeah. So, anyways, Justin works for was working for a couple different companies, but when I was in North Dakota, I saw him on the front page of fucking USA Today with JPL, and he was going to another section within there, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? So that was my science partner, some rocket scientist. I could have been the same route if I would have stayed in Omaha, but the thing is, I'm using my knowledge to do other things, and especially trying to figure out the best way to raise a child with one parent, you know, and having limited grandparents and resources, especially resources of anything. So, anyways, I'll shut up. I'll send you that TR thing. Like I can't do anything about it. Like, little one tells me about stuff that goes on at the house, and I literally can't stand the shit that Donna does with the kids, because she doesn't care about any of those kids. She has 7 kids in her home. I bet she gets over 70. I bet she gets $10,000 a month for each child, and she still can't feed them fucking organic. And that's where the ADHD shit comes in, because if a child is fed full of sugar, like my daughter loves cheeseburgers and hamburgers, and no, she says it, and I'm like, here, have some. I made a big old portobello mushroom burger yesterday, and I'm like, here, try some of my burger, and she goes, that's not a cheeseburger. I went, no, try it, it's good. You like mushrooms? She goes, ew, no, gross, no, mushrooms, no. She's off. I won't eat, I can't eat that. And I'm like, no, you said won't eat? Won't, not can't, won't. So, I'm working on her own different things, even though she's arguing with me. But she's telling me that she's eating hot dogs, hamburgers, and all that other stuff. I can't even stress how much food I could get with $200 worth of fucking garbage food versus what I buy. And she buys garbage shit. I guarantee you, if we went through over in her pantry or whatever the fuck she has, her dry food or anything, and I started looking at labels, everything has all the crazy dyes in it. Well, red 4 and red 40 just got nailed for being cancer causing, and is being recalled. And the thing is, she's still shoving that shit down my fucking daughter's throat with fucking Lucky Charms, man. The red 40 is part of red 4. It's just a like there's red 4, there's red 1, red 2, red 3, red 4. It's like a color, it's like a, when you go to pick out paint, like they have like a paint number of how it's mixed. So that's how they do it with the dyes too. So it's the exact same color coding thing, just like they have like green 40 or green 19 or some shit like that. It's like, what the hell? So, but they literally are going after all of the dyes. Hey, but that one red, the other red dye is, and it's not ochre. It's like ketchup-y or something like that. It's like this bug that they crush up and fucking, and it gives a crazy red dye, and it also does purple dyes. So like, it's just one thing after another. But as soon as we got a couple days left for inauguration, we're gonna see shit hit the fan in the health thing, and I think we can sue the FDA for keeping everybody sick. Yeah, and making it so that you have to go to the doctor constantly because of the food that we consume, that we're given here, and it's they were poisoning people with government cheese a long time ago. And it's just, they moved that government cheese into all cheeses, into all foods. So they really don't care until, the only thing they care about is their bottom line being affected. And that's it. Yep. And we got most of this country just so ignorant that they don't care about anything. Like, we got Dude, we got $36 million cut from our fire budget here in Washington alone. California cut $111 million off the whole state. So, where the fuck did money go? All these woke fuckers' pockets. But not just those woke people that got their gay agenda shit going on, that they're dumping money into shit that doesn't even make sense. Literally. Being gay isn't gonna make you fucking have a better life. Maybe in Hollywood. And literally, that's where they go and rape you on the couch. To make you a good actor. Just to see how good you can act. The casting couch is real. You know? Hey, you know, Harvey Weinstein got fucking busted and he got let out of prison. You know that? Just same thing with Bill Cosby. Yeah, let's put a date rapist out there. Left and right. And these are these people's idols. Just think of that. So we have the weirdest society because women only want a man with 7 figures and worth bank and 6'5", right? But yet they'll sit there and watch murder mystery shit all day long, and they're the woman killing the spouse, and it's all day long, and these bitches just watch this shit. You think anybody wants to be around them when they know how to get rid of a body? Fuck that. My kids are worth a hell of a lot more secure than that is. Oh my god. So it's hey, Kara, my CPS worker, she loves bloody gore movies. I love Tibetan movies and demonic movies to where they're killing the demons. That's what I love. I could have said I love Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Arr, but I didn't. She told me that she loves blood and gore. I was yeah, I'm not into that. It's just, but everything don't scare me. Because the only thing that can scare me is you guys didn't. And she's like, what? You took my kid from me. What do you think I was going to do? Because I have a lot of ideas of what I was going to do. But when reality hits, I have to sit back and let you guys abuse me. I have to wait. So, and that's the thing. I guarantee you, I would fucking light this fucking city up like a movie. Because I do have that capability, but I'm glad I do not have any military training. Not kidding. That's the only thing that's working for me right now. Because I have all the military motherfuckers behind me that go, dude, you're one of the nicest people I've ever known in my life. I'm yeah, you know me since you were 10? They're yeah. They're if you need something, just let me know. I'm dude, I don't need to snap on anybody at all. I just need to do this and get my little girl back, and that's all that matters. And literally, most people won't talk to me. Most of my friends won't talk to me. And I don't even call them my friends anymore. Because literally, they don't care, and people are too selfish about their own shit, right? I got millionaires that don't give a flying fuck unless you're right in front of them. And they won't care about to talk to you if you leave them a voicemail or text or anything like that. You have to be in their face and go, hey, what's up? And they're oh, I can't avoid you now. What's up? And that's it. Hey, that's the way that the state works too. Avoidance of responsibility on so much different shit. But anyways, I digress. Yeah, I'm just sitting waiting for stuff, and it's just Kara needs to change that permanency planning meeting to shared planning meeting, because if it's not shared planning, we're not going forward with any meeting, because titles make and break things. Hey, my fact-finding hearing, right? I can't ever have that again, but I can have permanency planning hearings though, which is bullshit. Because I'm not agreeing to any permanency anything except for which would not be permanency. That would be reunification. I know too much about verbal bullshit with the state and the courts that they have to go by. And if it's set a certain way, it can't be changed. So we kind of got him over the mountain there on that one, because I don't want any type of permanency. do not want to deal with the state anymore. But well, after this, it's gonna make me put walls up. You're lucky. I get a settlement from this shit. I'm gonna have walls up and fucking turrets and shit. Somebody comes up on my shit, they better be able to have the code within 10 seconds or you're dead. I'm not kidding. It's the thing is, security. People want to play around and be vindictive and hurt people that don't deserve being hurt because they've already dealt with this shit so much in their life that they're gonna snap. You just leave somebody go. Leave them alone. Hey, my therapist told me that I've gone through more than most people go through in their lives. So, like I've lived like 4 to 5 lives just from this one life. So, literally being a good person to being a drug dealer to being a criminal to fucking, genius to all this other shit. It's just fucking. Anyways. I'll get off the phone now. Where'd you go?
the story of Austin. It was a great story. In 1865, could have been 66. Could have been 1912. There's so many ways you could tell it, but Sir Austin came from Mexico. It took him years to get here by horse. And then Austin, they call it Austin, right? Think of it, Austin, where the tip was invented, and he brought the first tinfoil, and everybody had tinfoil. Covering up till the Democrats closed down the tin factories, and nobody could come in the leftovers. You know that. Everyone's like, yeah, they did close down the tinfoil factory. Didn't think of that, funny little tarts. I'm gonna vote for him. I never thought about it that way. Games launching in 2024. Arcaro 2, the legendary roguelike Arcaro sequel.
This is a great example right here, this lock, because I was using just a normal turner, and I could not, there just wasn't enough room to get the close up in. I switched over to this one, because so much more room for activities. You should do a video with one of these icons and you just explain what you're doing with your hand. It's just total recovery. You gotta click on one. It has some mud coming out of it. I might break this little tip. Let me show you one right true bolt here. Sorry, Garrett. The deposit coming out of the and rope. Some of these. I don't know if that's just because the keyway is a little more worn on some. You see these in the wild a lot more. Yeah.
What's up? What are you doing? Hi. Are you still hungry? You still food? I think you are.
The pioneers purified their water and sailing for weeks on end. How did they do it? Charcoal. It removes contaminants, improves taste and smell, and is 100% natural. You can't let ancient knowledge like this be lost in time. It might save our families one day. That's why I'm keeping this book around. The Lost Ways. It's got all of our ancestors' knowledge that could save ours and our loved ones' lives in a crisis. Things our generation has forgotten. I'll be darned if I let that happen on my watch. Do you know what lard is actually made of? This food saved America during the Great Depression. It's high in calories and healthy fats your body needs during hard times. And it's long-lasting without refrigeration. It kept our forefathers alive, especially during the 1930s, when it was commonly used.
I like them because they look like a 7240, just without the important parts. This brings, there we go. Is that a plastic fork?
What? A plastic?
No.
Look at the bottom of the keyway. Is it gray plastic instead of metal?
I can't really tell. Yeah, 50 at the bottom. It's nice.
Oh boy.
I remember this ace. My mother was there, actually. She was holding an umbrella for me, and then I stuck my pick in, and it did that. This one should be fun. I've actually only used the McTickler so far.
So that's all you're using over there?
Yeah. So these Truebill blocks are all disgusting. I don't even know what this is.
With the keyway, I'm wondering about Wilson Bohannon.
Let's see if 50 fits. No, 40 fits. It's a little bit loose. just because they're more restricted. The big ones give you all sorts of room for activities. I'm ashamed that I had to sit and take that Toledo. Are you sure you want the black I think this is more of a lemon citrus, and the other one's like orange. I think it's more of an orange. I don't think I've seen this model of Toledo before. Brass and I like molded it. And it was worse. You can't replace the meaty, fleshy. I said human touch, not you said meaty. You said meaty. I said meaty. Unfavorable pardons on his way out. That's why presidents always pardon on the way out, because a lot of times it's loud and unpopular. So I think this was like, okay, I gave a bunch of unpopular pardons on people that probably shouldn't be pardoned. Let me go ahead and do this thing and say, what's the rights? Yeah, I don't see the benefit of making this kind of assertion. Though everyone knows, like everyone's serious. No, and another thing is I don't see why CNN is covering it as if it's a real thing as well. You know, this is the idea that it's going to be challenged in the courts. It's not going to be a law at all.
I like these. Let me take a look at it. They're about $25, which means I could give you $20 for it. You pay 30? I'm going to show you how I worked on the price for it. So TCG players, the big, that's what most people will price like modern cards off of. And what I usually look for is the very first listing based on the condition. So I can buy it right now for $23.46 above 22 shipping. Did you pay $30? $30? I really like that. The Alakazam and a 9. There you go, man. Here, I'll go for stealing. How about that? Absolutely.
Let's try this one again. Court, it's not going to be a law at all. Like, this is just factually not true. They're making stuff up and asserting, oh, we have this power. The federal government acts, or, well, people act as if the executive branch has a whole lot more authorities than it does. And hopefully, even though people want to see Trump come in and do a bunch of stuff, hopefully, when Trump's done, the actual office of the executive office is significantly smaller because hopefully he's gotten rid of a lot of the bureaucracies, or at least shrunk them, maybe moved them out of DC so that was wishful thinking. I mean, look, we were talking last night, if you move the bureaucracies, like when you move a business or whatever, there's about 20% attrition rate. So we can't move the bureaucracies out of DC. It serves multiple purposes. First of all, it changes the culture because they're not beholden. They're not trying to get the same parties. They're not trying to, to be hanging out with the cool people in DC. There's no that stuff ends if you put Department of Agriculture in Iowa, the FBI, I don't know, in Denver or whatever. Just get them out of DC. And they put the FBI up in Alaska. The point is that
The FBI up in Alaska.
because DC went 94% for Kamala Harris, 6% for Donald Trump. I mean, to say that it's a single political opinion in DC is not an overstatement by any stretch of the imagination. So get them out of there, and then hopefully that'll shrink the power of the executive branch because the cabinet level bureaucracies will shrink because people will decide, I don't want to go to these weird places. I like living in DC. Maybe I can get a job as a lobbyist or whatever, and hopefully this will have an actual tangible positive effect on the size of the bureaucracy. Because then you know that if Trump tries to fire anybody, there's going to be all kinds of issues with that too.
Not to get into the political weeds a little bit too much here, but I think the presidents are able to dictate like this because Congress has kind of sent their duties away to the president by not fulfilling them themselves. So absolutely, Congress is completely, the process is retarded, and I mean that literally slowed down. And with the Senate filibuster, with over 60 votes, they're barely able to pass something right now. I think the majority, after at least the founding gets confirmed, to be something like 217 to 215. So with Congress unable to get anything done, the presidency feels more and more emboldened. Congress people do not want to take controversial stances and have to lose when they run again in 2 years, and they'd rather send that to the presidency and let him do all their dirty work.
I mean, I think we can blame George Bush and the Congress that we had during the odds because they abdicated a massive amount of power to the president by saying they gave him the authority to wage war in Iraq, which there was, in my opinion, there's nothing to indicate from the Iraq war. But yeah, I agree that the fact that Congress no longer passes laws, everything's an omnibus, they do everything they can to shirk responsibility and have their constituents have some way to deny that they did something their constituents dislike.
But Myron, certainly this should be disconcerting because with this new Equal Rights Amendment, it shouldn't be actually viewed as ratified. You're going to have twice as hard of a time to get rid of the 19th.
I know, that's what I'm pissed off. I'm like, we need to get rid of the 19th Amendment. This makes my job harder.
I wonder how many people out there are like, we need the 19th.
Let's limit vote for those that are wondering. We need to take that away. But
I'm all in favor of getting rid of the 17th. That's the man one.
Myron, you said you don't want women to vote. Would you vote for a woman?
no,
No position.
I don't think I can link our positions of power. I don't think I would say I don't think getting rid of the 19th Amendment is smart enough. I think that just getting rid of women's rights to vote, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, we need to get rid of a lot of people's rights. Yeah, that's
That's your Family Guy joke. America, Peter's like, we're in a new country where everyone can vote. Except for black people and women, Jewish people, and the Irish, the Italians. You know what? No white people. You know what? No one votes. You know what? Women and blacks can't vote. I don't know blacks.
Wait, what about non-Protestants?
No, if we had, and I'm not even if you actually had a government that truly protected the rights that are enshrined in the Bill of Rights, I would have no issue with being like, Phil, you can't vote. I don't care. Fine. If you had a limited government that actually was restricted by the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the powers laid out in the Constitution, I don't
law banning TikTok if it's not sold by its Chinese parent company. This goes hard, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't just the Supreme Court backing the divestment bill, which effectively bans TikTok. It was 9-0. Every justice agreed. Let me read this. We got this post from Russell T. Moore. It says, for the legal opinion, here's what you should know. TikTok lost almost every single argument it made. It's a 9-0 ruling, sending a resounding message. TikTok's data collection practices are insane. The app gathers data that other apps normally consider off limits, including the content of users' private messages and the full contents of a user's device contents. I've also heard this. I don't know if it's true. That it collects the private messages of other apps. Have you guys heard that?
I've heard that.
That it's like everything.
It's the most invasive by far.
They say,
You read the terms of service, it's actually very significant.
They say it's the last part that concerns SCOTUS the most. If you have an email contact who has a TikTok account, China has your name, email, and possibly your phone number, photo, and more. Chinese law requires its social media companies, including TikTok and ByteDance, to assist or cooperate with the Chinese government's intelligence work and to ensure that Chinese government has the power to access and control private data.
And so to that point,
If the fact that it's going after people that don't have TikTok, right? So if you have the email address of someone that has a TikTok account has your email address, that means they likely have all of your information as well. That's probably a significant issue for the Supreme Court. So if you want to say I don't want a TikTok, I don't want to have TikTok, I don't download it on my phone, that's supposed to insulate you from being collected by. I'm going to add on to that. I got to read the last 2 points. Congress and the FBI worry that this info and more can be used for espionage or compile blackmail dossiers on elected officials or government employees. All 9 SCOTUS justices agree on the need to prevent espionage overrules and First Amendment concerns. So, and then he says you should stop watching those stupid dancing videos months ago. Facebook has something called shadow profiles. Do you guys know what this is? You ever hear this stuff? So let's say your mom never signs up for Facebook. She has what's called a Facebook shadow profile. How it works is, let's not use an example. Let's use hypothetical mom. She has 3 kids, and she has Tom, Dick, and Harry. She's never signed up for Facebook. Tom, Dick, and Harry each have in their phone book, mom, and the phone number is 555-1234. When they log into Facebook Messenger, it says, would you like to take your contacts? Yes. Facebook then gets a list of your contacts, including mom, 555-1234. Facebook now knows Tom, Dick, and Harry are brothers. Here's where it gets better. A groundskeeper has Janet, your mom, the woman's name, in the phone book 555-1234. Facebook now knows Janet has 3 sons, Tom, Dick, and Harry. Here's where she lives. Here's where she gets her lawn mowed. And they can track where she is, what she does, based on the data of other people. TikTok does the same thing. The difference is you don't like China. This is where things get pretty crazy, but I can't believe I'm saying this, ladies and gentlemen. If you're standing up, please sit down. Jimmy Kimmel wrote this down beautifully with an excellent point, but hey, a broken clock, right? Here's what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
Isn't it right? It's not enough for teenagers. Just like crop tops are great shirts for old fat guys. They're pockets for everyone. The problem with TikTok is it's totally controlled by the Chinese government. I heard a good explanation of why it's a problem, because I wasn't sure of why exactly it's a problem. The reason why the Chinese have a lot of kids' personal information is a threat is because kids aren't kids forever. They grow up and get jobs, so when they do, the Chinese government will have all the passwords they use, they'll have everything they post in their financial information in a lot of cases, messages, you name it, they will have it. It isn't so much of a problem if they grow up to work at Petco, but some teenagers grow up and become nuclear physicists, or they join the military or the State Department. Every single person in the Army and the State Department used to be a teenager. I don't know if you knew that. And in the future, the Chinese government will have tons of their data to blackmail them with. And that's why it's a national security threat when your nephew films himself eating corn on the cob off of the Bikini Grill pin.
Which someone did, like I heard that team. But the interesting thing is, he's oversimplified it quite a bit, but that is a big issue. And then, as it relates to the law, I do want to read this from OSINT Defender.
matter of, like Jimmy Kimmel saying, it's just a matter of national security. So, like, if all of this information is being collected by the Chinese Communist Party, that is a bad thing for the United States national security. That's all there is to it. And people can say, well, you know, Facebook grabs this, and, you know, X grabs that, yada, yada, yada. That doesn't make it good or right or okay. And I would argue, and honestly, you're not going to make me think anything different. It's worse if China's doing it. It's bad when Facebook does it. It's bad if other apps are doing it. It's worse if a foreign adversary is doing it.
Just to spell out why it's worse if the foreign adversary does it as opposed to a national company in America, we could FOIA request companies in America, we could bring lawsuits to them, and TikTok answers to nobody. Well, actually, they answer to somebody, the CCP, so that's the difference between the two. And I'm obviously for the banning as well.
We've seen how the government colludes with these big tech platforms, and it's bad. But I gotta ask, guys, in the United States, if the federal government had compromising information that was stolen from your social media and released it, that would be a major scandal that could result in serious political consequences. If China has compromising information from your direct messages and releases it, nothing. Good luck, have fun. And then what happens? I'll tell you, man, there are these stories. There's one story where a kid got catfished, a teenager, and the catfisher was like, send me compromising images, right? This happens quite a bit. Then they blackmail the kid saying, we're going to upload this publicly and share with all of your friends at school unless you give us money or do this thing. And this one kid committed suicide because of it. These people probably don't even live in the United States. What happens when China contacts some dude's 20, not even a nuclear physicist, an intern working for Congress, and they get an email encrypted and it says, you are going to download the hard drive in your office and click this link and click this button which will send all of the data to this server, otherwise we're publishing, and then post a photo, post a video, it posts this person's having an affair, whatever. Then what do you do? Because that person either has to go public with information, go to the police, or they're be blackmailed and give up compromising information to the US government or politicians.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like a strategy of intelligence. Look, I've been quit TikTok, I've been banned a million times. It's super woke, it's annoying, it is what it is. I do think that there's an app security threat, especially with the amount of information that collects on there. It can absolutely put a lot of people in compromising situations. But let's be honest here, we know why TikTok is getting banned. It's because of Israel, it's not because of China. We've been talking about getting rid of it for China reasons for years, but it wasn't until ADL made us think about it that they said we're gonna get rid of TikTok. So,
I would say, I agree. I do have another story that I want to pull up in a second. Sure. But it is interesting how Democrats only recently got on board. But before we get into that, and I want to make sure everyone's like, it is strange that we went from Trump says let's ban it, Democrats say no, Democrats and Republicans that agree let's ban it, and now Donald Trump is saying don't ban it. And what we heard the other day is that there are prominent Trump-supporting conservatives who are now lobbying on behalf of TikTok in the United States. My view of this is, and there's, like, I'm sorry, this is a Chinese-owned company, and you have people publicly defending the rights of China to operate mass media in the United States. Palestine that resulted in Democrats finally getting up to Republicans to give TikTok effectively bail. In this story, it says, on TikTok, views of pro-Palestine posts far surpass views of pro-Israel posts. And it shows this chart. What's interesting here is that there were a bunch of experts in media and social media. I would say this. Call it whatever you want. As someone who, for, 20 years has been working on social media in some form or another, I've been in the internet my whole life. And based on the research I've done in marketing and social media, we've built up this podcast, one of the top podcasts in the world. I agree with other researchers when it appears that TikTok intentionally alters algorithms to promote pro-Palestine views. And so I can show this chart and explain why. So this is just under October 7th. On October 16th to 23rd, 2023, Stand With Palestine had 11 million views, and Stand With Israel had 12 million. However, there were 123,000 posts Stand With Palestine, and there were only 8,000 posts for Stand With Israel. This means that very few people were engaging with Stand With Palestine content. It was being posted, people were not watching the content. In the next week, which is a rapid shift, with only 87,000 posts, so a decrease, around 40,000 posts, Stand With Palestine was now getting 285 million views. Stand With Israel saw an increase to 64 million views with 9,000 posts. But this is indicative of an intentional change in the algorithm. Now, there's one twist to look at. TikTok's algorithm updates itself once a week, perhaps, I don't know. And based on the amount of posts that came through, TikTok's algorithm automatically adjusted to then show more of this because so much content was being produced. I don't believe that likely. It seems more likely that there was an intentional shift in the algorithm to promote the views some 26 times more than they had already been seen for them.
Let's stir it up.
It looked like there was an intentional promotion of this content. When this happened, lobbying came to DC. Democrats changed their tunes overnight. This seems to be the reason. Elad, I'm curious, as someone who's much more pro-Israel, what do you think of that?
I disagree that Israel is the main factor at play when it comes to the negative TikTok. I think it's oversimplistic, lacks nuance, and it makes you actually miss the bigger, more interesting story of the interests that are at play here. So, for example, Trump used to be against, or was for the TikTok banning initially because he was listening to many China hogs, and he had a bad relationship with a very rich billionaire named Jeffrey Yes, who has a very large investment in ByteDance, and he is of the Club for Growth, a group that's been lobbying on TikTok's behalf to keep them together. Trump fixed his relationship with Jeffrey Yes, and he became a large Trump donor, and that's large in part why Trump has flipped on the TikTok issue. I think it also misses the bigger picture of other social media companies stand to benefit so much from TikTok's banning. For example, Meta, obviously, Instagram, Twitter, obviously, benefits a ton from this. And then also TikTok played their hand very poorly. I don't know if you remember initially when the bill came out before October 7th, when all the China hawks were talking about banning TikTok. When you opened up the TikTok app, they actually had your congressman's phone number, and then congressmen people got spammed with phone calls from young teenagers who never voted, complaining about the TikTok, the living TikTok ban. And I'll tell you one thing, Congress people do not like being pushed around like that. But here's what I'll say. That's not as salacious, that's not as spicy, that's not as sexy as saying, damn, the Jews did it. You know what I mean? And that's really one of the issues, I think, us viewing this stuff, is that you miss the bigger, more interesting political story, and it's kind of it makes you dumber, I think. I think TikTok should be forced to divest from China for all of the data reasons. So when someone comes to me and says, Tim, it's the Jews, they did it, I'm like, wow, they're great. They're really happy that they helped us out here because they have base. Not only should you be thankful that the Jews got TikTok, they also helped get rid of Jamal Bowman, the Jews, and they also helped get rid of Cory Bush. I don't think the Jews get enough credit for all the good, obviously.
Well, maybe they really are our best ally.
I don't know, maybe I want to say this.
Marty, you make it Marty.
No, you're good, you're good. I respectfully disagree. I do think that there is...
You don't like Jamal Bowman?
I don't even...
Obviously, TikTok stands alone in the past, meaning that a loud community does not mean
Sure, fakes like it.
10,000 people who post every single time is not the majority. So you know the 1% rule in the United States? You know the 1% rules in the United States? Free bubble. Okay, you know the 1% rule on the internet is, yeah, go ahead. 1% of the people make all of the content. Of course. So it is never correct to say that because I see more comments or more ratios that determines this platform favors this thing. So I can't speak to the entirety of the platform. What I can say is, but it does indicate trends, and it does indicate, but I'm not saying about this. It does absolutely does not. So for example, when I vote, what is just literally logically not correct. Just because there's a small group of people who are very loud does not mean it's trending or popular. So, for example, if I make a post about Israel, it gets slammed with spam as anti-Israel. Now, a normal person might be like, wow, people hate Israel. Well, wait, I'm not saying. So what do I do? On numerous occasions, I have posted a tweet with no text. Literally just say Israel Palestine. Guess who wins every single time? Israel. 80%, 20%. Then, the last time I did it, some of these anti-Israel users took the tweet and said, you know what to do, boys. And they all retweeted like crazy. It's shifted to 70-30. I'm not saying that means Israel is more fair than the platform. But I am saying the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and a large or loud minority does not mean it is anti-Israel in its majority.
Yeah, in fact, but I will say that there's a reason why the ADL is lobbying so strongly and saying anti-Semitism is on the rise and saying all this other stuff. The youth, young people are waking up and realizing that Israel is not our greatest allies.
I disagree. I think there's a lot of people with legitimate criticisms of Israel. We can see here from NBC News, to go back into the story. This is, I'm not a fan of NBC News, but look, critics renew calls for a TikTok ban, claiming the platform has an anti-Israel bias. This is reported widely following October, saying that it's members of Congress, conservative activists, and wealthy tech investors are growing calls to ban, arguing that the popular content related to Israel-Hamas war on the app has a pro-Palestinian slant. The concern was that it opposed U.S. military interests. China was trying to sow discord and all that stuff.
It opposes Israeli interests, I would say.
Well, certainly Israeli interests, but that also is U.S. military interests. Whether you think Israel is directing American foreign policy or the inverse, either way, the U.S. foreign policy is negatively impacted by TikTok, and that matters. I think the phrasing matters because it is the U.S. that is banning TikTok.
You think that when you say that Israel is directing U.S. foreign policy, do you think that Israel decides what the United States does?
Israel absolutely dictates our foreign policy.
You think
You mentioned the Middle East. You mentioned Iraq war, right? You said it was a waste of time. It was a bad war, right? Yeah. Why did we go to war in Iraq?
Well, because
I believe
for Israel. I don't believe that it was for Israel.
100% for Israel.
I think that it was actually because Saddam Hussein went into Kuwait.
No.
And I also believe that that's the
But that was like a decade prior.
Okay, no, I'm talking about the first. Okay, I just talking about the first guy that's thrown out there, not the second. I'm sorry, Rocky. You're
Someone's phone is next to their microphone.
Well, if our next year is over,
Yeah.
right?
Was the Kuwait war used too? I'm sorry. Was the Kuwait when we went to war in Kuwait?
And I don't think
war in Israel? Yes. I mean, most of our conflicts in the Middle East is for the benefit of Israel. We're defending Muslims in Kuwait. I think they're most if we're going to go ahead and look at our foreign policy in the Middle East, it's 100% dictated from Israelis.
I totally disagree because I think that a lot of the reason that we do have the military actions is because of the Saudis, because we're defending the Saudis, because of the military base that we have in Saudi Arabia and stuff like that, and keeping the Saudi royal family in power because of oil. So I don't think that I do think that there are times where the U.S. does stuff in conjunction with Israel. I'm not trying to say that we don't, but I don't think that it's always Israel.
I would just say this. If you were to say that Israel has immense pressure on U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, I'd be like, interesting, tell me more. If you say they direct all of it, I'm going to be like, well, come on, Mujahideen, Afghanistan, the Soviets, all that stuff was not about Israel. So to be so absolute, I feel hurts your argument.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I'm not saying absolutely, but I'm saying they dictate a significant amount of it.
Well, that's why I asked you to clarify.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can talk about that war that was for Israel. You know what I mean?
What's the difference? The first one or the second one?
I'm talking about all three. And the weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, I think it was Iraqi and Frame or whatever, right?
I think George Bush was mad that Saddam Hussein tried to assassinate his daddy.
Guys. Hold on. time next year, we will be celebrating Tehran. The U.S. foreign policy has long wanted to put a boot on Iran. So,
who wrote the foreign policy?
For taking out Iran.
Citizen neocons. Like who?
Yeah.
Wait for it's the Pearls, the Fifes. All dual citizen.
Israeli citizenship? I don't think does it.
Okay, maybe one doesn't have Israeli citizenship.
So no, let's be specific. Yeah. What are you saying are the Israeli citizens?
Those guys, a bunch of them have dual
Name them because I want to be specific. What's
We're talking about Pearl, Five, the point is that we have individuals that have, the point is that
They made it sharp all of them.
not only Jewish though, but Israeli citizens, and these aren't Israeli citizens. The point is that they went ahead and we're going to talk about the right memo, we're going to talk about foreign policy, etc. We have guys that are vastly interested in the security of Israel, that are government employees, that have a dual loyalty. I know that's a dirty word nowadays, but that is the truth.
I think the argument here is that there's no logical basis not to argue the inverse. That the U.S. utilizes Israel as a partner in the Middle East for U.S. strategic interests. And so that's...
People have no faith in the Middle East if not for Israel.
It's not true. The Soviets in Afghanistan, China had lithium in Afghanistan.
Well, hold on. With the Soviets, that's a whole other situation. We armed Mujahideen and Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. Yeah, to fight the Russians. But what I'm hearing, so
in the Middle East, when we armed the Mujahideen, the American imperialism wanted to radicalize a bunch of them to become Al-Qaeda.
why did they radicalize?
Because American empire was going and basically taking over a bunch of countries, overthrowing governments like Iran, bombing other countries, partnering with the Saudis, exploiting enemies of certain Islamic groups. The United States was interfering in the Middle East to go to war on behalf of whom? The United States, Israel, because they didn't arm the Mujahideen for Israel. The Soviets were trying to take Afghanistan.
Yes, and then they won. They beat them off. That's exactly Osama bin Laden. We're trying to they won. Yeah, I know it's bad.
They beat him off. Good words.
Where Osama bin Laden, right, has a beef with Saddam trying to fight with Saudi Arabia. He's like, hey, these guys, we need to go in and fight, and then America's like, no, we're going to protect them, etc. And it's all oil, it's all good. Sorry. No.
Well, I was going to say, I don't want to interrupt you. I was just going I think the issue largely comes down to, of course, the United States and Israel are intertwined in military action in the Middle East. The U.S. has interests, Israel has interests, and they cooperate largely. Of course, what we end up hearing from certain groups of people is that Israel is directing it. When it's like, I don't know, I mean, like, the U.S. probably meets with Israel and says, here are the objectives we want, and that they work as a team.
It is the foundation of many of the reasons why the Middle East exists. Is our support of Israel. It is a huge reason. If you look at every single terrorist attack in the United States, whether it's Osama bin Laden or the Zohar, every single time, our support of Israel is one of the chief reasons why they attack.
That's 100% correct. And Bin Laden wrote about it. Other countries have stated strongly the conflict with Hamas, Iran's interests. They do not like that the U.S. provides weapons support, etc. to Israel. It doesn't mean Israel controls the U.S.
I mean, that's a debatable thing. I mean, that's the big rabbit. Yeah, but because we don't get any benefit from being over there. We really don't. What's your benefit?
Wait. What's your benefit? Because the United States, I would say this. I agree with you for a different reason. The United States, what benefit do we get from Ukraine, or from Sudan, or from Taiwan?
I agree.
And great, so for a different reason, I'm like, the U.S. isn't benefiting from these foreign entanglements in these ways.
Yeah, we don't.
But the U.S. neocon, neoliberal establishment and the military-industrial complex, and the petrodollar machine, and the IMF, and the Swift payment system, largely benefit from all of these incursions and alliances. It's not just Israel. There's a reason why we spent more on Ukraine in 2 years than all of Israel in 50 years.
Yeah, but Israel gets away with things that other countries would never get away with.
Ukraine gets away with Ukraine is drafting 60-year-olds and women.
Yeah, but has Ukraine been involved in spying on us?
Yes.
They stole nuclear weapons from us?
Yes.
They stole nuclear weapons. No, but they were spying on us, and Kissinger gave Israel nuclear weapons. It wasn't like they stole them. Kissinger was like, no, they absolutely stole them.
He absolutely stole it.
No, they stole the weapons from Apollo in Pennsylvania from the New York facility. They absolutely stole them. So through South America, that's for.
So, right. So the challenge with that is that
they stole the uranium.
So here's the uranium or nuclear weapons.
The uranium that they used. Okay.
Eddie deserve it.
The reason why he got killed. And bro, I don't know if you want to go down this path, but like I'm telling you, like Kennedy's not true. Man, I've really looked on it. I've watched these videos too. I've read the documents as well. It's a lot of conjecture, omitting a lot of information. So so here's the issue I take with the Israel controls everything. It's like, I mean, the issue is, I've long read this argument with a lot of different conspiracy theories that have been in negative ways. I mean, like a group of people literally coming together trying to dictate something, and then people will find a morsel of truth, and they will isolate it with a magnifying glass, zoom in, and it becomes their whole world. Sure. There are so many moving pieces to American empire. So that's why I bring up Ukraine. So the issue with like foreign policy, Israel, Kennedy, and all these things. Yeah. I will just say this. It is silly to say that Israel is the reason Kennedy got killed. It's a component.
I agree with you. That's very lazy because there was a bunch of people that wanted Kennedy gone. The mafia, the CIA, Zionists wanted him gone. They absolutely wanted him gone. So I never sit there and say, it's just them. No, I can explain systematically why they wanted him gone. But no one talks about the Zionist connection with the JFK assassination.
What was the organization? There was like AZN, and then there was AIPAC, and then people take one piece and zoom it in. Yeah. And that's wrong. There were so many components to this.
But I will say that
it's impossible to have a real
they absolutely. Well, here's the thing. They found in the soil. They tested the soil. It came back.
Who was they though?
The CIA. They went over and they tested the soil, right? Yeah, I know. They went back and tested the soil, and they found that there's uranium in there. Back then, the only country that was making uranium of that enrichment was the United States from that Apollo facility. That's how Kenny knew that they had stolen the uranium from us. We were the only ones that made it. The reason why I was putting pressure on Ben Gurion to have nuclear inspections. That's why he resigned, actually, as a matter of fact. So it's been well documented that they stole the nuclear weapon from us and the materials to do so. And, we should be giving them aid because they violated an act from Jimmy Carter in 1973 because of that.
So, I can't really go to that.
I mean, we can have it.
But what I will say is there's the aid that goes to Sudan that's been massive. There's obviously Taiwan. There's Ukraine. We've given more money to Ukraine in 2 years than Israel in 60, 70 years.
Yeah.
Get this. Ukraine, according to numerous sources, including Politico, which contradicts itself, Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election to try and get Hillary Clinton elected. The Ukrainian president has come to this country and lobbied Congress, and Congress all waved Ukrainian flags in unison. Nigeria, too. I mean, that to me is absolutely insane.
Yeah. I'm not for foreign aid at all.
Alright, but here's my point. A lot of people are for foreign aid. When people are like Israel controls us, and I'm like, bro, they were waving Ukrainian flags in our Congress. They dropped it down. As the president came, even after they tried to overthrow our government, this is not an exaggeration, the Ukrainian government fed documents to political enemies of Donald Trump that got Manafort arrested to disrupt Trump's campaign, and he still won. Then you get the Burisma scandal. Then Ukraine is deeply entwined in interfering with the United States' government. Criminal actions. The Nord Stream pipeline was bombed. Germany has accused the Ukraine of having done it. If the U.S. has given Ukraine more, I'm not saying that Ukrainians secretly control the world. I'm saying foreign policy is not dictated by any one source. The figures at play here are massive, global, and I think the bigger picture to look at is IMF, SWIFT, the military-industrial complex, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations. These groups are not all one unified group. They're all just different wealthy special interests from various countries. All want somewhat different things, but kind of align in certain areas.
It's a big pie, and there are definitely things that are looking for a piece, but it's not all. I never said it's all. I'm very specific here, where I'm saying that they're able to get away with certain things that other countries and other allies would never be able to get away with.
I think Ukraine is.
Yeah,
I'll say it again.
But we don't have a Ukrainian lobby that controls our politicians.
What happened when Donald Trump...
Like they don't have a UPAC.
What happened when Donald Trump tried to investigate the Burisma scandal?
He got fucked.
You're talking about with the Biden family, right? Obviously, the Biden crime family.
All Trump said was, there's this video of Biden saying, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the $1 billion. I want to know what it's about. What happened to Donald Trump? A CIA agent, or I don't know if he's an agent or whatever, someone who was working with CIA, recorded a phone call, passed it off to another employee who blew the whistle, resulting in not only the impeachment of Donald Trump, an attempt to arrest and jail him, but also big tech companies in the United States banned anyone who would say the name of that CIA agent. That is one of the most insane things I have ever heard. A criminal action by a former vice president, a quid pro quo, as he was active vice president, illegal by their standards. And when Trump said, let's investigate this, the CIA went after Donald Trump for it. Yeah. For Ukraine, not for Israel.
Yeah. Well, look, again, I'm not doubting what you're saying. Like, of course, the prison scandal, everything else like that, yes, that occurred. But what I am saying is that Ukraine does not have the same level of influence that Israel does in the United States. They don't have a super lobby. They don't have the powerful lobby that they have. And quite frankly, Ukraine would not be able to get away with half the things that Israel's been able to.
Well, I will say this. I do want to move on because we have breaking news.
Sure.
And I do think it's a fun conversation.
It's a great discussion. I'm happy to have it.
There's so much history. We have to go back like 200 years. I don't think we'd ever get there. So let's just. I'm just gonna cut it off there. You
Actually, register as a foreign lobby group.
Yeah,
Why? It's Americans donating is not issues. I think they should.
Well, let's jump to this next story because it is somewhat still related to big foreign policy discussion. We have this from the Daily Wire. Trump's inauguration to be moved indoors. Officials were worried about the health of those attending due to the freezing temperatures that are expected. Now, the first thing, the polar vortex, ladies and gentlemen. They're saying the polar vortex is coming, and it's going to be very cold, too cold maybe, and so they're going to have to go inside. Now, the news around this in the immediate is that a lot of people who had tickets to the inauguration are getting notifications that they can no longer attend. Indoors means much, much smaller capacity. I'm curious, however, if any of y'all have a theory as to, a different theory as to why they may be moving.
I can speak on this a little bit. As you guys know, I used to be especially with DHS, and I've done Secret Service details before. And I will tell you guys, I mean, obviously the fact that he's been almost assassinated twice is going to play a role into that. And to them, they're like, look, we just want to get this done. They're obviously probably stressing out right now. They're making sure that he's going to be safe because the worst thing can happen is something happened to the president on Inauguration Day. So I think this is more of a self-preservation. Whoever the director of the Secret Service is right now is like, I'm not going to get cheated. We're going to bring him inside. We're going to make sure this is good, and we're going to get it done. Yeah. So that's what I would say is like they're just trying to avoid headaches.
Here you go from the Post-Millennial. D.C. area police refuse to help secure Trump inauguration event. As soon as that happens, Trump wants to bring it inside.
They use health instead of safety and claim freezing temperatures instead of, well, they righted last time, we liked it in.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. The Jews were just forced to have this horrible deal in Israel that Trump forced upon them. And they said, hey, your inauguration was supposed to be beautiful weather. We might have to turn down the temps a little bit. So,
Israeli harm.
But in all seriousness,
I just want to say this. YouTube, he's joking, please. Don't ban me.
In all seriousness, it's just actually really cold, and I don't think there's any foul play here.
Yeah. And then also, I think it's important for people
It's funny, though. It's
to realize the Secret Service is heavily dependent upon other law enforcement agencies to augment their security details. So them saying, hey, we don't want to be involved there, we're not going to be able to give you as much manpower as you want, that is going to play a huge role in how much the Secret Service is or what they're going to do. Because, and this kind of got exposed when he got shot the first time in Butler, is they're too overly reliant on other agencies. So I think this also plays a big role in, okay, if you guys can't give us what we need, we're just not going to do it. Versus like maybe prior assassination, like if there had never been assassination, they'd kind of like make do and they'd bring other people in. But now they're like, you know what, now we're never going to try it.
I think security is a big factor here.
Huge.
The media is calling this a conspiracy. Look at this. Daily Mail says MAGA Republicans spark deep state conspiracy theories as Trump's inauguration is moved indoors. Security fears. March Taylor Greene said, I have personally attended countless rallies where President Trump spoke in extreme weather conditions from cold to rain to heat. Is there a security threat or other than extreme cold temperatures, not only for him but for the people? I think it's highly likely. We had already heard that there was, I believe it was the Secret Service or the FBI issued a statement that there was a severe threat from politically aggrieved individuals coming up in D.C. this week.
Yeah.
That report dropped. We covered that last week. Next thing we know, they're going indoors saying it's good for the cold. I think they may fear this drone stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, just me putting on my old agent hat, like if I was the director of Secret Service and I'm like responsible for his safety, given all the fucking issues that have occurred over the past few months, I want this to be done as nicely as possible, smooth, no issues. We got threats, whatever. I'm going to mitigate as many risks as I can. He's indoors. I can control everything. I control who goes in, who goes out. There's no open air. Like, they can't afford for anything to even, from a micro level, look bad. So, yeah, I mean, if I was the director, I'd put him inside, too. I'd be like, your safety is paramount, and we're not even going to risk it.
I'm going to disagree. The Capitol's actually very easy to get inside of. They will just open doors so you can walk right in.
There's going to be some...
Better than outside, then.
Inside
the American flag, he's got a pride flag.
Yeah. So at Trump's last inauguration, there were actually many protesters outside, and I believe there were many fights. Or not fights, Trump supporters getting assaulted.
I was there.
So maybe they're trying to prevent something like that.
It was several hundred people running around smashing windows, starting fires. They torched some vehicles, and the police arrested some 200 of them. I was initially part of the group of those arrested, and I calmly waited, holding up a press badge until I was able to get out. Many others were arrested, charged with conspiracy, ultimately found, and their charges dropped, sued the city $1 million.
Do you think we'll see anything like that this year?
Yeah. Now I say yes, but these people do not like bad weather. Leftists will scream and bash their faces on the table, screaming revolution, and then it starts raining, and they say, you want to go inside and have tea and play video games instead?
Yeah.
They like, it is wild to me having covered all these protests. I don't know if you've experienced this too a lot, but like, they'll put out a flyer being like, we're protesting, everyone show up at, Union Square or whatever, and then it rains, and like 10 people show up.
Yeah, bad weather definitely tamps down the crowds a bit. I haven't seen any flyers. I haven't seen any flyers and stuff this inauguration. I was surprised. We'll see what the reaction is this time around. Last time around there was the Women's March. We'll see if something like that comes into play.
It'd be funny if that, now that we're hearing that deep state people are quitting, Donald Trump is coming in, that all of a sudden Antifa just ceases to exist.
Yeah. I mean,
a lot of
there weren't any protests out of at almost any Trump rallies this time around. No protesters at all, which was a bit shocking to me because the first time around, deep state he just gave up. Well, Trump became normalized a bit, and you can only fearmonger for how many years? 7, 8 years before it's just like, wait, this guy was already.
We should make a group called Antifa for Trump, and then show up in D.C. wearing masks and everything, but waving American flags with Trump on it.
It was just cheaper to hire one person to kind of shade up. Honestly, have riots all summer long. I think that there's just not the energy there anymore. I really, like we talked about this a little bit, there has to be at least a baseline of people that are really upset, and without the stuff that came with the George Floyd situation, you don't see the same kind of people freaking out. Even the first time that he got elected, I wouldn't be surprised if when he actually gets inaugurated, there is a little bit of, there are some issues in D.C., there was that dude that his limousine was caught on fire and there were some windows broken. That might happen, but I don't imagine that it's going to be a significant issue this time. I think that the energy is just gone. I think people aren't, and it's convincing, the fascists. I don't think that's it's the way it's used to.
Trump won the popular vote.
Yeah.
People were convinced Trump is the right choice at this point.
Yeah.
So a lot of the bodies that Antifa and far leftists needed to provide the cover for them,
They're not there.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
I think at this point, it's Secret Service just kind of, they got a blemish, so they're like, dude, we're not even going to risk it. I mean, look, I'll tell you how bad it was, right? So, this is me kind of going in the weeds here, but just to explain, the situation. After Trump got shot in July, the RNC was right after, right? And when I was there at the RNC, I saw FBI agents there. I was like, and plainclothes, right? Doing security. And I was like, wow, you never see FBI do fucking security details. That's a Secret Service, DHS thing typically. They don't bring in DOJ agents in. So the fact that they brought them in, I was like, okay, they're really okay, we can't afford to have anything happen here. So I think at this point, right, we just got to get our guys sworn in nicely and safely, and no director of Secret Service wants to take a risk and have their neck on the chopping block. What they saw happen in Cheadle, they're like, nope, we're just going to make sure that he's good, he gets sworn in, and we don't have to deal with nothing.
Who is it right now? Do you know?
It's probably the guy that it's a guy, I forget his name. He had to testify after the fact. He was the deputy director. He's more than likely acting, I'm assuming. Because that's how the government works, because they never actually want to hire anybody, they just make them act for free. So that's how it goes with government. So that's how I knew it was bad. When I saw bureau agents there, I was like, what the fuck? They pulled these guys out of the JTTF for this?
Well, here's my expectation for the for the next term. The Babylon Beast's announcement, the Babylon Beast is shut down, as there will be nothing to make fun of during the perfect Trump administration. Every liberal hears this. Trump can't do anything wrong. Literally everything he's ever done has been perfect, no matter what. Even when, as there will be nothing to make fun of during the perfect Trump administration.
Yeah,
that's how we all feel. I hope every liberal hears this and clips this. Trump can't do anything wrong. Literally everything he's ever done has been perfect, no matter what. Even when, he fired rockets into Syria. Nope, perfect. Commander raised the perfect rock. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it was all done. It's too perfect, too good.
of administration, actually. And Trump can't do anything wrong because Trump is perfect.
I injected bleach on his recommendation. It did that well, didn't it? It did that well.
Don't do that. But it is pretty wild to me that we had this debate this morning with some liberals, and the question they kept asking was, can you defend Trump's actions? And it's just like, yes.
Yeah, but
Some of them you criticize, like he's not perfect, but like the world that liberals live
they're more concerned about like the peaceful transfer of power, and I was like, well, you guys always forget that like the election was fucking stolen. Well, it really was. I was like, dude, there was an overwhelming amount of evidence to show that at least it warranted an investigation. So it's like, well, but he's a fascist. He's a authoritarian.
Even if you're in
so I would
like if you can at least acknowledge that it was a novel election, and having mailing out ballots and then having people go collect those ballots, that is,
dude, I listed off 20 things, like 10 or 20 things of like issues that we had with this election. And they're like, well, geolocation. I'm like, okay, what about the other like 19 things I named? And it's like,
there's actually one issue that needs to be answered that was never answered that could have changed the results of the election, and it was one of the things you mentioned.
Hunter Biden.
It was the unilateral altering of the elections by governors and judges,
Oh, yeah.
which violates the Constitution.
It's all shifted together with things.
Right. Well, and the federal Constitution, which dictates that the legislatures of the state determine how elections are run. So when a judge decreed universal mail-in voting, violation of the Constitution. When a governor decreed universal mail-in voting, violation of the Constitution. And Pennsylvania, a lower court ruled that Republicans were correct on the merits and would likely win. That implementing universal mail-in voting violated the Constitution, and the proper procedure was not put in place. When it went to the higher court in the state, the Supreme Court was Democrat appointees. They said, no, we're going to allow it anyway. A lawsuit was had, 48 states got involved, Texas v. Pennsylvania. Texas said, we cannot be party to an election, I'm paraphrasing, or paralegaling. They were basically saying that Pennsylvania violated the Constitution and their votes should be null. How is it fair that we abide by the rules of the Constitution? They don't, but our votes get weighed the same. And the Supreme Court, ever being the cowards they are, said, we will not answer this question. Thomas and Alito were based AF and said, let's absolutely answer that question. We should with the Supreme Court. It's a question for us. It's called the original jurisdiction. And the rest of the justices were like, no, please, we're scared. They'll be saying mean things to us. So now, as a nation, we do not have an answer to the question of what happens when states unilaterally, through executive authority, alter an election's rules in violation of the federal Constitution. That is a constitutional crisis, and it's never been answered, needs to be answered, and it's shocking that we're in this position. So, to all those liberals who are like, Trump did this, Trump did that, I'll be like, don't care. Several states, the governors, like Georgia, said, we're doing it this way. You can't do that. That's unconstitutional, and it's never been ruled on. And the issue of standing happens when someone would say, I'm a voter in this state. I do not like that they changed the rules. It impacts the results of the election. The courts would say, no standing because you're not running for office. Then Donald Trump would sue, and they would say, no standing because it's moot. They would say no standing, they would say moot, that the outcome of changing this would not alter the election substantively, so we will actually not take the merits. So they didn't actually get a chance to argue what should have been argued. I viewed it as largely corrupt and procedural, but there is actually only one point that matters for 2020. I mean, the first thing I'll say is it's over. Trump wins. In 3 days, he'll be president, and we can all just say, okay, it actually worked out well for us, in that he created this coalition with RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and, Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah. But the only question, now I forgot what I was going to say was the only question that mattered. Because I was getting...
Well, while you think of it, what I was going to say was, I just find it interesting how, like, they just wanted to go right at the fascism. Like, oh, he's a fascist because he did X, Y, Z, didn't want to have the peaceful transfer of power. As if, like, he didn't have a cause to say, well, we need to question this election because it's BS. And I, like, what you mentioned with the courts, what I mentioned, like, it warranted an investigation at bare minimum. Like, it's not like the MAGA movement was like, oh, this is bullshit. No, like, there was, like, questions there with this election.
The only thing that mattered in 2020 was that power won. You can claim it was stolen from Trump, you can claim whatever you want, doesn't matter. Joe Biden won the power in the game of politics. And if you think politics is a game played where you get as many votes as possible, I got a bridge to tell you.
Yeah.
So when I say Joe Biden wins, a lot of people go, no, he didn't win. Trump actually won. It was stolen. I'll be like, look, man, he got more votes than Kamala, didn't he?
Oh yeah. No. Kamala got more votes.
Okay.
Two powerful entities are vying for power. They're playing a game. You abided by the rules and you lost. Then you said we actually won. No, because there's one man sitting in the throne, and then what does he do? Utilizes the power of the federal government to go after Trump and all of his opponents. Doesn't sound like Trump won that debate.
Yeah.
So you can say winning is a gentleman's game where we sit down and count the votes. Meanwhile, the Democrats walk in, stuff the ballot, and then say who won. And you go, well, we would have if you didn't stuff the ballot. So no, prove it. We're not going to let you because we win.
Yeah, and you can't even investigate it because you don't have the Justice Department.
Yeah, he does now. Do you think he will investigate it?
I hope
He was very wise about it this election because it was a losing argument. See, it didn't really help his polling. I wonder if he will investigate now. Because I have a dog in this game. I would like to be vindicated. It would be very, very nice if everybody talked a little bit nicer about me in the long run.
Yeah, I think all the January
I don't
need to be part of that. I mean, that's not even...
It's going to be funny when Trump launches an investigation and it comes out and they say that lectern actually was owned by
Lectern guy, can I ask you, what's your reaction to J.D. Vance? I think he said that he wanted to pardon the non-violent, or people who didn't attack January 6 riders.
I have a different take than a lot of J6ers. I think that we should pardon the non-violent people day one, just full on pardon. I do think that people who committed acts of violence because they've served way more time than people typically serve for those charges. My concern with the blanket pardon is that not just that people who were maybe bad actors get swept under the rug, it's that the entire thing gets swept under the rug. I want to know where the pipe bomb came from, who was in charge of that. I want to know why the Capitol doors, magnetic locks, were open. I want to know exactly who was in that crowd, who may have been instigating some of these things like breaking windows and pulling people inside. If we do a blanket pardon, I think it's a very easy way to just sweep it under the rug and don't talk about it anymore.
Absolutely. I want to ask you just to follow up, because some critics would, not critics, I obviously want pardons for the right people and not for the others, but there's some who say Trump needs to just put this stuff behind him, and for him to rehash it with pardons or some sort of congressional investigation into what happened is just really bogging down time that they could be doing other things with.
It's a short-sighted victory to say we're pardoned, therefore we are whole, because people will not be made whole when they're pardoned. They've lost their licenses, they've lost their ability to have gainful employment. There is no coming back from it if you were a J6er. Your life is functionally over at least a vocational sense, right? Unless you lean into J6, you're now that person trying to make some money off of it, you're pretty much done.
You know, I find it... Oh, sorry. I wanted you to finish.
No, it's good. These people need to be restored historically, in canon, in history. They need to be told that what they did, maybe hitting cops is always bad, don't stand for that, that's a bad thing. But a lot of these people put their hands on the back of cops, did a good job, and they got charged with assault for this. Those stories need to be made very public, very widely known, that was not assault and this person was charged with that and went to prison for that and lost his entire livelihood for it.
I agree for multiple reasons. First of all, because that is the right thing to do. But second of all, it'll actually show people exactly how lawless the Biden DOJ has been and the Democrats have been when it comes to what happened on January 6th. You know, the way that the people have been treated. People that have done nothing wrong, but that have had their lives destroyed, and even if they didn't end up spending a ton of time in jail, if they got exonerated or whatever, they still had to go through. There are a lot of people that had to go through the process of dealing with the government, and a lot of times the process is the punishment. So I think
and you know, someone that used to work in law enforcement, I think it's bullshit like that they wasted this ridiculous amount of resources to go after these guys for a lot of times for misdemeanors, man. For misdemeanors, like you take an oath, right, to defend the Constitution, right? You're an 1811 special agent, like you're supposed to investigate felonies. You're not supposed to sit there and go after misdemeanors. And then I also find it interesting how, you know, the George Floyd riots, they didn't do shit. They destroyed the city of Minneapolis, they destroyed Seattle, they destroyed Portland, they destroyed all these liberal cities. They didn't go after any of them. Antifa, BLM, etc. These are terrorist organizations, but they went ahead and expended all these resources, all these agents, all these prosecutions for fucking misdemeanors. Meanwhile, these guys are over here shooting at the Minneapolis Police Department, setting stuff on fire. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely a waste of resources, and this is why the FBI has, you know, its reputation went into the fucking shitter over the past several years, because they don't go after the appropriate targets.
Myron, wow, I strongly agree with you. I think why so many people have an issue condemning so much of what happened on January 6th is that double standard, that they don't see any of these organizations, the FBI, going against any of the stuff we saw during the George Floyd.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Double standard.
And it pisses me off. Yeah, the double standard pisses me off. And then the other thing, too, is that, like, I used to come from that world, so I know how costly it is, how much time and resources it takes to prosecute that many people for misdemeanors. Seriously? We got real shit going on in this country. We're going to go after some patriots because they went into a building to, peacefully protest against an election that was fucking stolen? Ridiculous, man. And the FBI needs to really, like, reevaluate what the fuck they're doing. There used to be a great agency, a lot of great lore. Now, the reputation in the fucking shitter, man.
This is my thing, right? We talk about retribution, we don't talk about reformation. And the retribution talk is fine. We're in a season where we need to be powerful and walk with a thick stick. But we need reformation more than retribution. That needs to happen because 4 years from now, we will have a different presidency. 2 years from now, we have midterms. We need to reform these things, not just throw them away.
Yeah.
Trump to come in quickly and in a very heavy fashion, clean up all of our institutions, begin deportations, and we need investigations from the DOJ to go after these states like Arizona and Maricopa County particularly to figure out what's going on with their ballot machines screwing up. If this is done properly and we clean up these systems, we could be good for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. What did we just see? Was it in California where they had on video now where they were counting stacks 3 times in a row? I think George broke this on Twitter earlier.
The problem with that is understanding what it means to see someone run papers through a machine 3 times is not so simple. So people like the liberals just say, so what, the machine was kicking them back in error and they had to run them through again because it wasn't working? That's all. That's the only response. It doesn't provide any real debate talking point for anybody other than those who are already believing that it is fraudulent. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Which, like, so there's that video where they're pulling out boxes of ballots and then opening and running through.
Yeah.
And if you watch the full video, you can see them putting the votes there. So the full video was them getting ballots from people and then putting them in boxes and closing the boxes and then sliding them to the table. And then several hours later, they bring them out to be counted.
After they kicked everyone else out and...
No. This was actually... So there's a video where I think some of these things may be intentionally planted to disrupt those who are challenging.
I saw the clips coming in earlier in the day, and I saw them going on the table. This is the video you're talking about?
There's more than one. One is they collect ballots on a table. They're brought in and put in boxes. Then they close the boxes, take them up and slide them onto the table, and then start collecting more. If you watch the whole video raw, they later then open the boxes and run the votes through the machine. I think some of these stories are planted on purpose to discredit those who are challenging the elections. Because what happens is the out of context portion is shared. Whoever found that in the first place knew what the full context was. So maybe it's an idiot, or maybe it's intentional. Why? All of Trump's supporters then share a video easily debunked 10 minutes later by the corporate press who says, see, they lied about everything. And that poisons the well. So when you come out and say, Pennsylvania had no constitutional authority, they shouldn't mail-in votes, they go, your conspiracies are fake. Yeah. We debunked them all already, remember? Remember that video where you claimed this thing? So that's why I think that too is like the DNC emails that got released, where it said stuff like there was a map left in the kitchen, who did it belong to, and then people are like, what does that mean? It was a map on a handkerchief. And then everyone starts speculating, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere it turns into this pizza place in D.C. and children are in the basement, which is easily debunked because there's no basement, when the real story was probably Democrats were doing drugs, and the only reason was for drugs. How do you, so you get all of the internet reading leaked emails, leading them down the path of Democrats are doing illegal drugs in D.C., which seems to make the most sense. How do you stop them from properly investigating? Introduce a crackpot theory which drives them away from the real story and towards some random pizza place that's easily debunked, and then everyone drop the investigation.
Yeah. I think the bottom line is it needs to be investigated. There's way too many issues with the 2020 election. It needs to be thoroughly investigated, 100%. Right, it's not, there might be some stuff here that is debunked, some stuff that's true that's not, but it absolutely warrants an investigation. The way that liberals try to read her off is, you guys are just some crazy MAGA conspiracy theorists. The election wasn't rigged. We didn't know it.
Like, everything ends up getting thrown at the wall, and then you can't pick up anything that's real. So, for example, Fox News started running stories about Dominion that eventually ended up being false, and they had to pay out some $100 million defamation suits, and then you have Dinesh D'Souza who comes out with 1,000 Mules, and then many years later later has to come out with an apology saying that, like, oh yeah, my data didn't actually prove anything that I was alleging in the film, and it just muddies all the water because it's like, yeah, now we're looking for stuff and it's all BS. And like,
Yeah. Let's jump to this
Where's the
story.
credibility?
Speaking of defamation, from the post-millennial, CNN found liable for defaming Navy veteran in Jake Tapper segment, $5 million awarded. This is a sad story, man. I feel bad for this guy. Listen to this. Young was working to evacuate Afghans during the Biden administration chaotic military withdrawal. In 2021, Tapper misrepresented Young and his work, and Young stated he hasn't been able to work since. Check this out. They say, according to the Free Beacon, Young alleged that a segment aired in November 2021, which aired in November of 2021 on the lead, singled him out and portrayed him as an illegal profiteer who operated in a black market. Young, the segment irreparably destroyed his business, Nemex Enterprises, and reputation, worked to evacuate Afghans during the Biden-Harris administration's deadly and chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. He testified that since that segment ran, he hasn't worked or made money. During closing arguments, CNN attorney David Axelrod, that's interesting, claimed that the story was accurate and tough but fair, and that Young should have gone out of his way to convince journalists with the outlet that he wasn't shady. Mr. Young put himself in the story, not CNN. He inserted himself into it to make a buck, Axelrod told the jury. Adding, use your common sense. Do you see a conspiracy, or do you see people just doing their best? So ultimately, CNN lost this. This is huge. They go on to say, I don't know if there's any more to add to this, blah, blah, blah. They've got to pay $5 million. I can't believe they actually tried to continually argue after the fact instead of settling when they defamed a guy and destroyed his life and business.
Is that $5 million? Doesn't that qualify as a nuisance settlement to them?
Yes.
No, $5 million
is
no way.
CNN?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because CNN's, I don't think they're doing so hot, right? Their ratings are in the gutter. What do they get, like 50,000, 40,000 in the key demo?
Yeah.
You guys might get more views than them probably.
We have more watching at any one moment than they get in their entire prime time lineup.
There you go.
Which is crazy. Yeah. So they're probably hurting for this. It's pretty wild that they tried taking this all the way, and I'm wondering if there's going to be precedent set from this in any way, but I feel bad for this guy. Could you imagine being like a veteran who's trying to evacuate people because Biden screwed up? I wonder if the real reason CNN defamed him is because CNN was trying to run cover for the Biden administration and their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It was a botch. It was a botched withdrawal.
I'm sorry, I have to apologize for that. It wasn't botched. Joe Biden did exactly what he intended to do. You can't accidentally abandon Bagram Air Force Base. It's just not possible.
And look, they took the combat forces out before they took the civilians and the other logistics people out. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I can't believe that was okayed. So I mean.
So what do you guys think happens in the Babylon Bee had that joke that they were shutting down? What happens going into the Trump administration? One of two worlds.
CNN shuts down.
Trump won the popular vote. People tune out and say, do your thing, whatever, don't care.
Yeah.
Political content becomes unpopular because people are just tired of it and they're bored. Or Trump begins mass deportations, investigations, arrests, Democrats start panicking, far leftists lose their minds and start firebombing, and then everyone's whole world is entrenched in political conflict.
It's immediately going to be the deportations are going to occur, and then it will immediately be illegal immigrant season. That's what all the protests will be based on. It will be they're putting kids back in cages almost immediately out of the gate is what I suspect happening.
I want deportations.
Well, they already said no mass deportations. Holman has come out and said that. It's going to be criminal aliens.
That's how they're going to start it.
I want status quo always.
I want deportations that are going to piss off the left immensely. I want deportations that are going to make the left lose their mind.
So when it comes to
15, 20 million?
Criminal aliens, right? So I can speak about this, right? So there's something called the CAP, Criminal Alien Program, that ICE, ERO, Immigration Customs Enforcement Removal Operations, where the field office in these major cities all over the United States, they basically only go after convicted felons or aliens that have been convicted of what's like misdemeanors or crimes of moral turpitude, or two of them. So that's what they're going to focus on. So people that are just illegally here, they're not going to go after.
What are the numbers on that? Do you know what are we talking tens of thousands of people in that grouping or hundreds of thousands?
It depends on where it's located. So like in New York City, obviously they're going to have more targets than in other places. But then the other issue is like sanctuary cities, right? So like some cities don't play ball with ICE.
Yes.
Like ICE will go ahead and say, hey, look, we're putting a detainer on this individual. You need to hold the body for us to come. And then SFPD, San Francisco PD, Austin Police Department, whatever, these blue cities, they won't hold the body. They'll just let him go.
Look, Marco Rubio was on with Kristen Welker today. He was talking about we need to deport millions of people, right? He's going to be the Secretary of State, and he's coming out and saying,
yeah, but no immigration authority.
No, he's not. But the point is, if a representative of the government, like the incoming Secretary of State, is saying those kind of things, there is an appetite for it. And also, I reiterate, it's like 70% of the American people that have said they want deportations.
Yeah.
Now, they probably say, Cohen's probably saying, we're going to start this way and stuff, but there is an appetite. The American people want to see mass deportations.
Yeah, but they're pulling it back. Like, they were campaigning on mass deportations. Now it's criminal aliens. Like, they've kind of pulled back on it as an issue. Trust me, I'm for it. I don't even want H-1B visas. I'm pretty far right when it comes to immigration. Like, I don't even want the H-1B visas. I got my verification taken on Instagram on Twitter for talking about this. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole. I can talk about how. Not just an immigration problem with illegal immigration, we also have a problem with illegal migration. The H-1B visa, the F-1 visa, the B-1, B-2 visa. All of these visas are absolutely abused by foreign nationals coming to the United States and exploit our immigration system.
But Myron, Americans are too lazy, and their work ethic means that we should hire from other countries.
Yeah, Beck is stupid for saying that. Like,
wait, did Beck actually say that?
Yeah, you basically made this whole long tweet saying,
Sorry, man.
we're more focused on the prompt queen versus like the nerds and us. It's like, no, bro, no, that's not what it is. The issue is this. We have a issue with H-1B visas where we just let these people come in because it's cheap labor and we've not reeled it in, and we've not reeled in F-1 visas. People literally come here and like, I'm going to learn Spanish. I'm going to go to a language school in America. They enroll in the school, they show up, they fly in, and then they never go to school, and then they're in the country illegally. And that's how a lot of people actually come to the United States, is they come in legally, and then they overstay or never leave. And then another thing too, which I talked about extensively, is like the visa waiver program. A lot of people come here from first world countries and overstay. Canada, Australia, England, etc. because they have way more opportunities here than these other places. So they come in legally, right, because they don't need a visa, and then they overstay as well. Like Miami is overrun with Canadians and people from Western Europe just wanting to get a job, right? J-1 visas also exploit all the time. So we have a massive immigration problem where not only are we getting destroyed in the southwest border, which I can talk about that, but we're also getting destroyed when it comes to the exploitation of our visa system as well. It's a huge problem. And for Beck and Elon to just write off as like, oh, well, the Americans are lazy. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to immigration at all. And that's the problem when we have these individuals come in, right, that don't know anything about Title 8. They don't know anything about immigration. They don't know what's going on with them. They don't understand how our visas are getting exploited. They don't know. And they're trying to talk as if they do know, and they don't.
I mean, I don't think there's a lot of disagreement around this.
Yeah, no. Not with you guys, of course. I mean, you guys get it, but like I don't. You know, we get our verifications taken on Twitter for exposing this, and it's like Vivek and Elon simply don't know.
Yeah, but you know that story is not entirely accurate. The verification removal thing. So I would say
There's like 10 of us that got it taken away for questioning the H-1B stuff.
So the first thing is it's hard to know exactly if it was H-1B. Well, the one thing I can say is that when it was OG Conservative,
Yes.
got their gold check mark removed, it removed everyone underneath them.
Yes.
Do you know why they got their thing removed?
Well,
Let's try again, come on. Grayson, he's excited right now. Oh my gosh. I stay with me. He's not staying with me. This way to the right, Grayson, to the right. To the right. This way. Ooh. Grayson, what are you doing? Back it up. Come on, let's go. You see that bucket duck right there? Stop, get down, get down. Oh my God. Oh my gosh, dude.
You were posting photos of Indian people calling them slurs and like so I'm not saying it was okay to remove their badges, but the issue was Elon citing hate. Like Elon didn't intentionally personally do this, but it was likely X saying hate speech.
Yeah.
Elon then went on later to say, actually I don't know if it was Elon, but someone from X was pointing out that a lot of the accounts that did get suspended, that were smaller bot accounts, were sharing images of children that were inappropriate.
Yeah, well, they got their badge back, but what I find interesting is like everyone that was critical of the H-1B visa pretty much lost their verification. Like everybody, pretty much.
So they get it back?
No, I still don't have mine back. I mean,
like Laura's got her.
Laura got hers back, but everybody else pretty much, and they're also.
And you weren't part of any organizations. You had personally bought.
Yeah, so I had my own organization. They took it from my organization, and then I got it again. The organization, they took it again.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting though is I also noticed that a lot of the groups that got their verifications removed have an overlap with constantly talking about Jews.
Yes. Being critical of Israel or H-1B visas, you're done.
I'm surprised you hold on. Not Israel. Dave Smith did get his verification removed. And Dave Smith was anti-H-1B and critical of Israel. It was specifically the Jews.
That's one thing that happens. Like we were talking about this the other night.
It's a hate speech violation. That's what got it removed.
You like people talk about like the freedom of speech and stuff on X, and they're critical of Elon and Elon banning people. I'm not for it. I don't endorse it. But the fact of the matter is, if you are delicate with the way that you talk about these issues, they're not going to ban you.
Well, then that's not freedom of speech, and that's directly why.
That's fine. That's fine. No, listen, hold on.
There's debate there.
The important part is that you are able. The important part of freedom of speech is the ability to exchange ideas, not the ability to fling shit. Right? If you're saying, oh, I don't have the freedom of speech unless I can insult whoever I want, however I want, you're going to. Well, I mean, you can disagree, but the point is that's the way that these platforms are going to look at it.
Okay, so platform. Like, okay, the issue here is this. Okay, first of all, free speech is the right to insult and be offensive. Offensive is the only speech that needs to be protected.
Yes.
The issue, however, What?
No, the only
literally
the only important thing about freedom of speech is saying controversial ideas. You can approach saying controversial ideas in a delicate way. It's not important to be able to say kike or Jew and insult people like that. That's free speech. That's free speech.
I might not like it, but I would defend your right to say it.
I'm not saying that it's not free speech, but you're talking about the way platforms are going to approach it. The important thing about having the freedom of speech is the ability to exchange ideas. It's not important to if you're like, hey, there's a lot to break down people the way that I want. It's not right. It's
hold on. I got to address this. First of all, I will stress it again. The idea that someone would determine your speech to be offensive and then ban you for it, quite literally, is anti-free speech, regardless of how you express yourself. More importantly, Elon Musk isn't violating the free speech of individuals by taking away premium. Elon made the point. He said,
I disagree, but
some people think freedom of speech means I have to pay them for it. It does not.
Okay, can I push back on that? Yeah, so my thing is this, right? If you're going to say freedom of speech, that also means freedom of reach, and that also means monetization to a degree. Now, let me explain why.
No way.
Okay, so here's the thing. If I'm in a jail cell, and I say, oh, I have freedom of speech, and I'm talking to a wall, that technically I have the freedom of speech, but I don't have the freedom of reach, so it doesn't matter, right? Freedom of speech only matters if you have the freedom of reach. You mentioned the marketplace of ideas. To get to the marketplace of ideas, I must reach the marketplace of ideas so that my ideas can even be heard.
No one has an obligation to advertise you.
Well, here's the thing. When we're talking about premium, you pay for that. And then also you took away the subscribers, which is the creator dealing directly with their subscribers.
I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, with taking away the subscribers too? Yep. Okay, so
I looks like mom.
Let me just finish my stance, right? So my thing is this. If you're going to go ahead and say this is a free speech app, right? And then you're going to turn back and say, oh, well, that doesn't mean freedom of speech, freedom of reach, or monetization, blah, blah, blah. That is censorship, because if you take away someone's ability to earn, or someone's ability to reach, you are directly censoring them and their ability to reach the marketplace. And the other thing too, also,
communist.
What do you mean communist?
It's communism. I have a right to your services. Nah, nice try.
But he's marketing as a free speech app. So that's the issue. if you're going to market it as a free speech app, when he uses the First Amendment to validify his stance with it being free speech. When ad speech is protected under the First Amendment under a million different case laws. My thing is, if you're going to criticize Elon, if you're going to use the First Amendment as the basis and say that it is the bedrock of a democracy, then you need to stand by that, and that means that you are not going to sit there and I don't believe in censorship, but then you demonetize people. I would argue demonetizing someone is one of the best ways to censor, because now that creates a chilling effect with everyone else, where I can't say what he's saying, I can't even say what I want to say, so I'm going to chill out and not.
You have no right to someone else's services. When the first adpocalypse happened on YouTube, and they started demonetizing,
they're not a free speech app,
and they started censoring people, I said, and I maintain this position, so long as you are allowed to post the content, people can subscribe to it, and they will receive your content. That's the extent of free speech on the platform. The idea that X should allow you to be boosted to reach new people or receive money from it, those are services they provide you. They have no obligation to, and that's outside of free speech.
Well, you're arguing that rule in recently. They literally didn't have that in terms of service. They literally just put that in a couple of days ago.
No, I don't care. Elon has no obligation to have you use a payment processing service.
Can you believe the point that he marketed it as a free speech app? You use the First Amendment as the basis.
Should pornographers have freedom of reach on Twitter?
That's the thing. You've made pornography is total free.
Wait. So it's not free speech then? Your free speech is limited to pornographers, is what you're saying?
No. Pornography is a whole other.
They're talking about.
That's not. The pornography is not the same at all about when we're talking about political discourse or having.
So it's freedom of speech except for pornographers. So you're not a free speech.
Pornography should not exist at all. It should be banned.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, but picking and choosing what your freedom of speeching is what I'm saying.
No, pornography is not speech.
We have already had this discussion about there is no free speech at all. Yeah. There is no free speech absolutism. It doesn't exist.
But here's the thing.
So there shouldn't be freedom of reach on Twitter for everybody.
Pornography is not the same whatsoever.
Okay, so what else should there not be freedom of reach on for Twitter? So it shouldn't be for pornographers.
All speech should be allowed outside of, obviously, like, non-inciting violence. I think it should align.
And
speech? Guys. Here's the thing. Elon Musk framed Twitter saying, I believe in the First Amendment and it's the bedrock of a democracy. If you're going to say that, stand by it. That means freedom of speech, hate speech, etc. It's all protected, and this has been shown a million times in different case law. That's my thing. So for him to say, well, I'm going to take premium away because you don't agree with me on H1B, etc. When other people do the same shit.
Okay, bro. When you know that misgendering is banned on X.
What?
Misgendering is not allowed on X.
What do you mean by misgendering? Like calling someone like a word?
No. Misgendering. Calling someone somebody who says that their pronoun is she. You can't say he. Elon did this. I complained about it. It's a big story. X has maintained their hate speech policies the entire time. It never got rid of them. We can criticize.
They selectively enforce it.
They always have.
They selectively enforce it.
So the inversion now is it was the government colluding with the former heads of Twitter to selectively enforce it in one way. Elon alleviated a bunch of that tensions, but still has some people censored and some people still lose access to some services.
Yeah, but we're missing.
So my point is literally when you say he marketed a certain way, I'll say, bro, like since he took it over, he refused to reinstate Alex Jones for like a year after he took it over, saying, nope, don't care. He said something I don't like.
Yep.
That's problematic. Never changed.
Yeah, but that
so by all means criticize it.
That's problematic. Because now if you disagree with him or you go against, I mean, he took a blue check from Osmogold for saying he got boosted on a video game. That's problematic. This guy's drunk with power. Like, let's just call a spade a spade. We disagreed with him on H1B visa. Yeah, he exposed the DMs and he took his blue check away. So, like, this is problematic because he comes in saying, I believe in free speech. The Don Lemon interview goes viral everywhere. I believe it's the bedrock of democracy. Frames it against the First Amendment. Well, stand on that, dude. Because you can't sit there and say, why do demonetize people, take their subscribers, and take their freedom away?
Free speech grants you access to someone's labor.
What do you mean? Free speech grants, what do you mean by someone's labor?
So, X builds a service.
Yes.
On top of that service are other things you can have.
Yep.
Okay. Why should you get access to the labor of the company?
Because he marketed it as saying it's a free speech app.
So you're saying
I'm holding Elon to his word.
So a business in this country can never sever a relationship with a client.
Well, my thing is, if you're going to market it as a free speech app and then you are going to censor people for the free speech that you promote, that's a problem.
But they're not silencing your free speech. They're taking away a payment processing service.
And they're also taking away your reach because the verification absolutely affects your ability to
Your ability to speak is not advertising for you. Why do you think a network should be forced to do something for you? You want free speech? Go stand at a street corner in downtown Chicago. You can say whatever you want.
Sure.
Why should anyone be forced to amplify your message for your speech?
Well, it's not about being forced. It's about you pay for the service, and then he says it's free speech, and it's not free speech. He lied. So that's why he's getting a lot of issues with this.
We're gonna try this again.
People, look, if you're gonna market as a free speech app, Tim, you have to stand on it.
No, bro, you're misunderstanding. You are not banned, right?
No.
So he marketed a platform for free speech, and you were still allowed to speak.
Yes.
He offered you a premium service that allows you to make speech, and you were still allowed to speak.
Yes.
He offered you a premium service that allows you to make money on the platform.
Which directly affects your reach, which affects your ability, your free speech. It does affect your speech because it affects your reach.
No. Your
freedom of speech is contingent upon reach, Tim. That's where me and you disagree.
No, absolutely not. No one has to advertise you and promote you to other people for you to have free speech.
Freedom of reach means
you are only saying that because you are being negatively impacted by a private action of a private company.
That advertises
they allow you
freedom of speech.
They allow you to keep speaking. They've not censored your speech.
They have.
No, they have not.
Yes, they have.
What words have
I get posts taken all the time, visibility limited because of for hate speech.
So in the confines of Elon's moral code, what is
problematic?
What is misaligned with the rules that have always been in place?
That's problematic because he interprets what's hate speech now.
Okay, you're conflating two different things. If we're talking about Elon taking over a company and marketing a service with hate speech rules that we all disagree with, you knew what you were buying when you bought it.
Well, here's the thing. Again, it's selective enforcement.
And it's always supposed
to be free speech, and that's where the issue.
And
it's supposed to be free speech, and that's where the issue lies. Where look, if you're going to market this as a free speech app, that means hate speech as well. And then again, like I said before, freedom of speech only matters if you have freedom of speech.
Are you aware that Elon has never unbanned some accounts?
Yes.
So you knew when you bought the service, Elon was selectively enforcing the censorship policies.
It depends. In what regard do you mean? Like,
you say Elon advertised the service. That was for free speech, but you knew he was selectively enforcing the rules.
Well, here's the thing. Those people were banned before he even came into power.
And he never unbanned them, and he outright said explicitly, I will not unban some of these people.
And he unbanned them. So he goes back, like, he unbanned Alex Jones, he unbanned a couple of people, unbanned Nick Fuentes, etc.
Sure. So and there's still a lot of accounts that have never been unbanned.
Like, I don't know who they are, but I mean...
They exist.
Like, I mean, look, my argument is simply this. If you're going to come in and say, free speech app, and model it after the First Amendment like he did, stand on it. That's all I'm saying. And taking away people's premium and penalizing them for saying hate speech is antithetical to freedom of speech.
So the issue at play right now is...
And we can agree to disagree, Tim. It's fine.
I believe you are arguing you are deserving of a service that a private company is selling because you want to be advertised. And you are arguing First Amendment protections, or at least principles, principles, because you want promotion.
No. I'm arguing free speech principles that they advertise and said that is our app.
Doesn't matter. That's free speech and never said you get advertising. End of story.
No.
You don't get advertising.
This is where me and you can agree to disagree, and that's fine.
I think that's
I think
that's communist.
But I think by
the idea that
censoring people's
a company
reach,
must give me a service.
That is antithetical. That is antithetical to freedom of speech by limiting someone's reach. It's antithetical because speech has no need if it can't reach people. If I can't reach the marketplace of ideas, what do you do? Like, what's the point?
So when you go out in the middle of the street in Chicago and you start yelling, what reach do you have?
Well, the people there can hear me, right, to a degree. But what I'm saying is that, again, if you're going to market it as a free speech app,
should you be legally allowed to use an amplifier?
Should you be legally what?
Should you be legally allowed to use an amplifier for your speech?
Well, I think if that platform is going to advertise and say, we believe in free speech and use the First Amendment, then it needs to stand by it. That's my thing.
In public, should you?
I'm simply just holding Elon to his word. That's all I'm doing.
But I
problematic.
I think you're personally aggrieved and you want something from a private company.
I mean, it's not me even having a personal issue with it. Like, I don't care because like Twitter isn't my main thing. But what I'm saying is that it's extremely hypocritical to say this is a free speech app, model after the First Amendment, and then go back on that and then take people's checks away for disagreeing with you on H-1B visas.
We don't
That's
disagree.
what he did.
We don't disagree on selective enforcement.
Yep.
Where we disagree is that you think he should be promoting you.
No, I think he should be allowing everyone to have a fair seat at the table and have their voice heard. Everybody.
How have you lost reach?
When you lose verification, your ability to be seen drops off precipitously. This is a fact.
There's a paid service.
Even said this with premium.
There's a paid service. So you believe that your words should be presented in a feed for other people algorithmically to discover.
No, I think the best ideas should be able to be discovered and let the people decide, but it's not even reaching is my point.
So can people still follow you?
But if you're shadow banned or you're
They can go to your account, they can see what you're posting, right?
yeah, but you're shadow banned, you can't discover it. It doesn't come up on the feed.
Not having premium doesn't shadow ban.
It absolutely limits your ability. Yeah, it deprioritizes you, which is shadow banning, and it hurts your ability to be seen. Which is
shadow banning is when you are removed from the space entirely without your knowledge.
yeah. Well,
That's why it's banned.
Yeah. But here's again, it's harder for people to find you. Your tweets don't post up on the news feed as usual for you. So that is all censorship. That is all censorship, Tim. I mean, you might disagree with me, but that is all
absolutely
censorship.
And I'm against all censorship. There's an argument. I mean, well, I'll throw it to you guys because we can take it away from us.
Sure.
Do you guys believe that
We can agree to disagree, Tim. It's fine. But
like they're guy, Adam? Should platforms be required to offer you some degree of promotion in your content?
I think if you pay for it, I think you enter a contract, right? I'm paying for services, you should provide services. At any point I can end that contract. It's Elon's house, right? If I invited you to my house and, come hang out, say what you want, and you're being rude to my guests or whatever, I'm going to ask you to leave. At the end of the day, it's my house. You have free speech, you can say what you want, but there are going to be consequences sometimes for saying the things you say. So is it completely free speech? I don't think so. I think you can be deplatformed. I think you can be demonetized. These things happen, but it's still more free than anywhere else, and it is his house. So
Rumble's more free by far.
Sure.
Rumble, absolutely.
Rumble beats to every degree when it comes to speech.
Rumble's pretty crazy. They're just like, do your thing.
Yeah, like Rumble, there's no censorship at all. Pretty much, like
Rumble's
you can
the
say whatever. And Rumble, that's why, and that's my issue. It's like me and Chris Pavlovsky, we disagree on so many different things politically, but like he will always fight for my right to say it, and that's why I have an enormous amount of respect for him. Versus with Elon, I'm like, no, the H-1B is a problem. XYZ. Verification gone, and that's my.
What do you guys think?
Drunk with power.
I still think that the at the end of the day, because it's I think that it's the way that you say things. I think just like you were saying, Tim, like there is some level of regulation for everybody when it comes to freedom of speech. You have a problem with porn, you don't consider that freedom of speech. Some people say that insults are bad or hate speech. I don't agree that hate speech it violates the freedom of speech, but I do understand that on a platform like X, as long as you can articulate arguments, I think that they have a very broad approach to the freedom of speech. You can't insult people. You can't, use certain words or whatever. I think that it's actually about pattern of behavior is what actually gets you banned, because people like Scott Horton, people like Dave Smith, they make all sorts of arguments against Israel, all the time. They're constantly critical of Israel, and they're not in jeopardy of getting banned because of the way they approach the subject. So I do think that
David Duke is still banned.
Yeah, is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was back.
So I will say this to the super chatters: falsely conflating my position on free speech and trying to apply that to banks is is intentionally misconstruing what I'm saying. When YouTube started censoring people, there was a question of whether or not you should be recommended or put in the partner program. And my position has always been, if they have a monopoly on this platform and they ban you and remove your ability to post videos, that's censorship. That is a violation of the principle of free speech. It's a public forum. We all want to come here. However, YouTube also operates an ad sales agency. But if an advertiser says, we refuse to, like Colgate toothpaste says, we don't want to be associated with this guy's content, you have no right to that advertiser putting a video on your like an ad on your video. How does that make sense? So the question always becomes about scale. If there's a single company that controls everything, then the government steps in and enshrines the rights of the individual in every capacity. If we're dealing with a platform that is not monopolistic, then they do not. Scale matters. So for a bank, for instance, Visa and MasterCard having a complete monopoly on the system, they forego rights as a private business and now must act as a public, it's like a privately owned public entity essentially. So you can't disable someone's right to use a bank when you are the only bank or the only payment processor. However, free speech is not the same thing as being required to promote somebody. That's my position.
Yeah, I see your position. You're saying, look, you can say what you want to say, but Twitter doesn't have a right to promote you, which that's fine. But
You don't have a right to Twitter boosting you.
fair. But what I'm
thinking about shadow banning.
Yeah, but that's precisely what I'm saying is that by them not allowing you to engage in a service that you pay for, or by you saying things that they don't like, they are censoring you, and that's my issue. It is censorship, demonetization, shadow banning, limiting visibility. That is all forms of censorship, and it's a slippery slope that leads to problems. That's why even with your rhetoric saying like, hey, look, you got to phrase things a certain way. I have an issue even with that. I think people need to be able to say what they want to say, however they want to say it, not necessarily because I want to say it, but because we need to be able to make sure that the freedom of speech stays. And this is how they take away our rights. They start with, well, maybe just say it in a better way. Well, maybe not talk about this topic, maybe not that. And the next thing you know, bam, your rights are gone. And that's with hate speech. We need to protect hate speech.
Yes, and I agree. A lot of people don't talk about. They're not telling you can't talk about a topic.
Not really.
I've always,
not really.
I believe that people who want to use slurs and say the nastiest, most vile things, like the post from Conservative OG about that Indian guy, and they called him some pretty nasty things and mocked his genetics. I'm in favor of them having the right to say that, because then I can see it, and I know who they are, and I say I won't associate with them.
Good, and I agree with you. Like, they need to be able to see it, and I think they need to be able to have the reach too, because here's the thing. If we want to go ahead and have the marketplace of ideas for real and to let the best ideas come out there, everyone needs to be able to reach the marketplace. When you censor people or you demonetize them or whatever, you're inadvertently creating censorship. I know you're saying, well, you don't have a right to earn. That's fine, but what you're doing when you do that, when you demonetize someone, is you're effectively using them as the scapegoat. Like, look, if you talk like this guy, you are going to lose your monetization. I would say most people off that are going to start self-censoring.
So that is saying marketplace of ideas. Yes, the ideas are not censored. Like I said, people
can't reach the marketplace of ideas.
No, they can't reach it. Listen, the anti-war guys, Scott Horton and Dave Smith, they do not have the same kind of limits placed on their stuff, and they are as critical of Israel as anyone else. So it's not about the ideas; it's about the delivery.
Well, if we're going to police delivery, that's problematic, because
that's not the marketplace of ideas, though.
Like, again,
The problem is the advertisers. When you are on premium and advertisements appear in your content and the advertisers say, I refuse to pay for this, what is the solution?
Well, when it comes to advertisers, let's be we can talk about advertisers and how that really works. The problem with advertisers is advertisers really don't give a shit about where their ads run. They only care about making money. They only care when the ADL, Media Matters, SPLC, and these left-wing watchdog groups come in and say, are you aware of the fact that your ads are running on XYZ person's content? Then they lobby the platforms, right? And then they go ahead and pull the advertising.
Those are the large functions, but there's also just regular leftists who run sock puppet accounts and send like 50 emails to Coke,
Yeah, sure. But who really gets their ear? Who really gets their ear? Jonathan Greenblatt, Media Matters, etc. That is how censorship works in America. They literally, this guy is making money to your ad run on this guy's content. And then this is where
somebody gets scared. They think they're going to get a PR hit, and so they say, then they go to X or they go to YouTube and they say, what is this all about and why are we getting emailed like this? This scares us. And then the platform says, yes, what are you going to do? The advertiser says, we're not going to spend money so long as we're getting this level of
and that's problematic. Again, that's why I didn't make the argument for YouTube or these other platforms. The only reason I'm harping on this with X is because Elon came in saying this is a free speech act. I believe in it. It's the bedrock of democracy, and utilize the First Amendment to substantiate his claim. If you're going to do that, that means you need to protect the hate speech. That means that it doesn't matter how people say things. And I see what you're saying. You're saying Scott Horton and Dave Smith say things in an eloquent manner when it comes to Israel. Well, guess what? There's people out there that are critical of Jewish power as well, and that's what gets censored. So they don't talk about just the geopolitical angle. They talk about the cultural stuff, whatever, which I won't get into on YouTube. But the point I'm trying to make is that all of that speech needs to be able to come in. The way it's said, or the tonality and all that doesn't matter. It all needs to come in, and then we can assess it. Like, this guy's idiot, this guy's good, this guy's smart, this not. But if it doesn't come in, that's the problem. I think it all needs to come in.
I have no problem. Completely agree. I like it. Police tonality. I like it when someone is arguing something and then they're miserably crass, crude, nasty, and then I'm like, they're hurting their own argument. They're making themselves and their followers look really bad by doing this. So if there's someone who has an idea that you don't like, let's say that I largely believe that there's a big pertaining to H-1B, and I think we talked about it before the show or whatever. Yeah. But the issue is that there were anti-H-1B accounts. So these are people who don't want immigrant workers that were posting vile racist and graphic images. I don't believe that was real anti-H-1B activists. Because Why would someone who's like, I have criticism of immigration, start posting insanely racist things to hurt their own argument?
You know, I mean, look, again, I don't have to, because people would say all the time, Myron, you align with white supremacists or white nationalists. It's not that I align with them, it's that I'm a free speech absolutist, and though they say the horrible things about me too, about my Muslim background, my skin color, they say, hold on, the thing is this, though I don't agree with them, I will fight tooth and nail for their ability to say what they say, because I understand that they're on the front lines of freedom of speech. If they take their speech away, I'm next. What if I need to fight for their ability to say it, regardless of whether I like it or not? I'm truly a free speech absolutist. I don't believe you're ready to you are free speech absolutist. That's not all. It doesn't count. You're not you're not a free speech absolutist. It doesn't exist.
Do you think people should advocate, direct for, and explain how to commit violence against other people?
Look, if we're going to talk about violence and hurting people, I mean, it's within reason. We got to use a little bit of reason. But inciting violence is like, we need to go do X, Y, Z. That's important too. But I'm pornography.
You're straight up saying that does not count as free speech, and not that is just your perspective.
Porn does not count as free speech whatsoever. It is degenerative.
Let's pause real quick. Do you think it is free speech?
I do.
Okay, now I'm not advocating for it. Just stop. The two of you are the only people voting. Vote on whether or not you believe that free speech includes porn. What's your vote? No? What's your vote? Yes? How do you rectify the problem?
Okay, you can make the argument that porn can be shot without any speech at all.
No, I'm saying that it's literally not speech, man. It's not speech. In your country, Phil is protesting you for violating free speech rights, and you're saying, but I'm not. You clearly, there is a disagreement.
What if you're writing pornographic stories, right? It's a story. It's literature, and it's as vulgar as you possibly can get, and it's pornographic, but it's not pictures.
Like books?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a bit different. What about Playboy?
I mean,
we're getting into a slippery slope here.
I know, that's the whole point of this.
Like, again,
Same with calls to violence. I don't think you're principled in your free speech absolutism is the issue here. I think
it's within reason. We have to be reasonable here. Like, I'm a free speech absolutist, which means I allow people to talk about, violent rhetoric.
most people who call themselves free speech absolutists do believe in free speech. Calls for violence.
They don't. 100%. No, they don't. No, they free speech absolutism.
They do not. They're free speech absolutists. None of them have principle at all. None of them advocate violence. This raises me. You advocate for them being allowed to use that speech.
Yes.
What a free speech absolutely.
This is a fact question. You're wrong. We've had debates with free speech absolutists, anarchists. They are not believing in violence. Free speech absolutists believe you can speak because speaking is not action, and you should be allowed to say whatever you want, even if it's encouraging violent crime or directing it, because you didn't actually do anything. That's why I'm not an absolutist. I actually think censorship is good. The issue is, you're completely wrong. Do you think that books with adult content for sex ed should be given to children?
No.
That's censorship. Censorship without reason. I mean, see, I'm a
Hold on. We all have common sense in here where I don't have to go ahead and delineate the specific instances where free speech doesn't apply. Because I would think that we all have common sense here. We're talking about political speech. We're talking about ideas, the marketplace, not pornography.
Okay, I get it. Just kids. Come on. This would be incorrect for several reasons. So Ian Crossman on the show was a censorer for Minds.com. What did he censor? Censor literally means choosing whether to show or not show something. It comes from the word census, going back to ancient Rome. What was Ian doing as a censor on Minds? Most of the stuff that was being censored was graphic, gore, child abuse, and things like that. He, on Minds, would see something and say, people are not allowed to see this. Delete, remove. So when I had the debate with Evan Bigelow in the Majority Report, I said, adults should not bring books with graphic adult images into grade schools. She said that's censorship. I said, you're damn right it is, and I am for it. So the issue is, my moral line says, I agree with you, porn, I do not respect as free speech. I am not a free speech absolutist. I recognize that some people want them. Now it's their right to show graphic images in public. I reject that. free speech to me can be broad, but large. Refers to explaining ideas and how governance should work and what should or should not be.
Yeah.
So showing two dudes or two ladies or a guy and a dude in public.
I stole your dad. I stole your dad. I stole your dad. I stole your dad, right? I don't have any Xanax. I don't know what you're talking about. It's mine. I'm trying to stay calm, but I can't because he keeps attacking me. I'm not attacking. I'm not even dressed. You're not. You're standing outside and naked. She's dressed. She has clothes on. There's another girl named Natalie. I have to be careful with the domestic violence up there. What? There's what? There's another big guy. She's a junkie.
I don't consider that within the confines of.
You got Kiki. You had the kitty. Had the kitty. Yeah, had the kitty. Looking at yourself.
Speech, and I'd be willing to bet it. I would say most sensible people wouldn't, which is why I feel the need to delineate that. Where you guys could work. If you went to the founding fathers and said, do you believe free speech includes showing images of adults engaged in adult activities in public? They'd be like, heavens no. We'll arrest you for that. That's it. So George Carlin in the 70s got arrested for cursing. See, I think cursing is free speech. I think slurs are free speech. I think you should be allowed to instruct or direct violence because you are providing a mechanism for which someone agreed. I don't think political ideas and the function of society and governance is benefited by displaying images of adult content and conveys no structure from those people. You know, like you have energy. Helps you. It gives you some sort of a fuel. And I would think if that's the case, then the opposite has to be true too. If you hang out with a bunch of bitter losers who are just bitching and pissing and moaning about other people's success and other people saying, well, you know, what about me? For reality TV, well, that shit. Angry people, like, for example, let's say your spouse is a psychotic disorder, and I don't agree with that. But that's why I'm not a freak. Speech absolutist. I believe free speech extends to political ideas, cultural ideas, and explaining how we think things should be or should work. So, if you want to go in public and argue,
Ow, I really that.
actually pulling pictures of it, I disagree. That's obscene and lewd, and I don't think it should be allowed.
Yeah, well, again, I didn't think I would need to, talk about that explicitly because we're on a political podcast. We all have common sense here. I don't need to go ahead and talk about, pornography doesn't count or violence. Like, I think we're all sensible here to understand, like, we're talking about political talk, culture, etc. I didn't need to go there, but if you guys really want to go there and say, well, technically that's not free speech, because whatever. I'm going to stay on topic here. My point is, absolutism within reason, since we need to add this. Hold on. Absolute means to the extreme end. There's nothing. It's as far as you can go. As far as you can go is that I can say literally anything at any point without consequence. That's absolutism. And these people exist. And we've debated them on the show. We've argued with them. And they've literally stated, advocating for, directing, and explaining how to commit violence is not the action itself. People can say whatever they want. I disagree. Yeah, no, that's great. And again, I typically frame it by the First Amendment. Again, that's my big thing is the First Amendment. Obviously, inciting violence or going into that realm is illegal. There is a challenge there. What? Because what the left has been trying to do is argue that emotional damage is violence. And so that's why, under the First Amendment, hate speech can be banned. Because actions that can induce harm, such as incitement to violence, we agree on free speech. Ergo, speech that causes emotional trauma or other deleterious effects or negative effects on a person is harmful violence. We can ban it. Yeah, but that's the argument they're making. Yeah, of course, but there's a million cases where hate speech is protected under the First Amendment, even in situations where there have been violence. Like I gotta try and read some super chats. I apologize. Yeah. No, because we're against words. I mean, this is artificial free speech absolute. That's fine. But my point is, simply put, if Elon's gonna come in and say First Amendment free speech. That's my stance. All right, Daring Gaming says this is the start of Russia Hoax 2.0. Biden decrees equal rights, which we have. Trump admits says he can't do that via order. Media says Trump hates equal rights and uses this for 4 years. I think so, yes. Trump's going to get asked the question, and he's going to say that's not legitimate, and they're going to say Trump thinks women should have rights. Yes.
Well, the issue is the left will read the arguments he's saying and saying, well, no, Biden said it's a thing, so it's a thing. They don't care if it's legal or if it's right. Biden said it, he's their emperor, and they're going to believe it. But it's honestly, I blame the people for this. Both sides remember, we actually don't want Congress to do things because
both sides will never right now. Alright, just because I'm free, he says, TikTok conservatives were upset and wanted to ban it. And the culture started shifting conservative. TikTok then started showing more conservative posts that Dems want to ban it. They tried to play both sides and got burned. Interestingly, have you ever noticed that some of the most prominent, actually, I think the most of the most prominent Trump supporters are banned on TikTok? Yeah, I have. Yeah, conservatives are banned on TikTok. You were always banned when you tried to open the Timcast account on TikTok as well? Timcast, so when Trump said he wanted to ban it, we were on TikTok, Timcast and Timcast IRL, and we agreed, and then they arbitrarily, with no rule violations, banned us with no recourse. And, we banned like 5 times. Like, I've been 10 plus accounts, like, yeah. So the accounts, the pro-Trump accounts that are allowed to be on are people who are typically not as prominent. And the most prominent individuals, many of them are outright banned for stated legal reasons. I think TikTok's aim was to pony up to Trump in some way without giving any power to individual Trump supporters, whereas on X, you've got people who literally, have a random avatar, all of a sudden have 2 million followers and make a living, and then end up turning into a real person, being like, wow, I didn't realize I could get so popular on this platform, but they make a name for themselves. TikTok bans you. Yeah, I mean, anything conservative or right-wing on most of the social media platforms is banned. It's just, whether it's YouTube, right, or, Instagram, Meta, TikTok seems to be one of the worst offenders. Yes. I mean, they all suck. I mean, YouTube is I hope it gets better, but we know, all the biggest conservative creators on YouTube get censored, right? To a degree. What? Oh, yeah. Alec Berry says, Tim is right. The small minority makes all the noise and don't represent the majority. Trump's re-election is evidence of that. It's true. Because people, they were surprised that it was a clean sweep by the end of the day. Even we didn't believe it would be defeated winner that quickly. No. It was all of the swing states. All of the swing states. We had prepared, Kyle Kalinske thought that Trump was going to lose Iowa. We had prepared to do election coverage for a week straight.
This is chill.
It was just done, and we're like, well, what do we do? All right. I guess it's back to normal. Yeah. We'll try and grab a couple more. I think alternative media was huge. And absolutely, yeah, such an absolute. With Rumble and X. And I give Elon credit for that, right? I do give him his flowers when it's deserved. But yeah, Rumble and X. KDM says Tim's reaction to Jewish criticism is telling. The unfalsifiable claim. If you at all disagree with me, it proves that I'm right. What is that called? There's a term for that. It's I forgot what it is. Retarded. No. There's a term for it in debate, and yeah, I forgot what it is. It's like, if your reaction is in any way disagree with me, it proves that I was right the whole time. If you live in that world, man, you gotta take a step back. Rosie Shackelford says, is that Lectern guy or the lead singer of Taking Back Sunday? Yeah, I love that band. I'll take that compliment. It's a good band. We're gonna do members here, people, right? What's up? We're gonna do members? No, not Fridays. No, but we are, I don't know why I never stopped, but we're launching The Green Room ASAP. So The Green Room used to be a show where we would record with the guests hanging out in the green room and have double the members only content. And then for some reason, it just stopped existing. I don't know why. And then I was talking to my team today, I was like, how did this just stop getting done? And everyone shrugged, and I was like, are you kidding me? And so look, movie ones, yeah, that was the best stuff. And then I was just like, this is the problem. This is what's, guys, I gotta tell you, it's hard to run a company. I'm producing a morning show, a nightly show, I gotta deal with taxes, paperwork, contracts, and then we're supposed to have people just start doing their jobs, and nobody tells you, and the manager doesn't tell you, and then one day I'm like, oh, what was I'm going through the site, we gotta get this stuff arranged, because I'm negotiating with these companies, and it's like, oh, we haven't done a green room in 6 months. And I was like, huh? Dude, if you want, I'm doing right now, tonight, after this, for the people. You're down. Well, it's before. Oh, well, maybe we can do it after. I don't know. A members only green room? I'm down if you're down. Because I know they probably want to listen more to, the debates. Yeah, so. Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know if we're prepared right now, because nobody's here. No. Right. Yeah. But I will say, let's have you come back ASAP. Sure. We're gonna go full on, and we can. I'm saying really soon, maybe even next week or something, whenever you have time. And then we'll do a green room thing. We'll get people to hang out. It'll come.
Looking forward to our part two.
I
think that's the beautiful thing, right? We can sit here and agree and disagree on certain things, and that's totally fine. And I think that these are more conversations need to be had like this, right? I mean, we disagree on some things, like maybe Israel, whatever, maybe, and that's totally cool. I think it's great to have these discussions.
Yeah. Well, we'll wrap it up here. I do apologize for not getting as much super chats because when we go long, we do go long, and that's my fault. So I do apologize for that. My friends, if you want to support us, you can become a member at timcast.com, and we're going to reignite that Green Room show, which I actually thought was the better of the shows. That's why I was surprised when I found out they weren't making it.
We'll do it. I'll go full unhinged for your people.
Unhinged as we can get.
I'll go
Also,
full unhinged on it.
what we would do is we would just have the camera crew film the guests coming in. And you would see behind the scenes and just a rough conversation. And so what happened was we had Dino on a couple days ago, and I'm a huge fan. He's one of the best poker players in the world. And so he was telling us these amazing stories as we were getting ready for the show. And then I'm like, where's the camera? And then I'm like, what's going on? And they were like, oh, we don't do that anymore. I was like, what? I was like, we're sitting here with this amazing dude telling us this great story. And then I was like, I totally lost track of stuff. So anyway, my friends, to get it back going, smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know, become a member if you so choose. Myra, you want to shut anything out?
Yeah, guys, check me out Fresh and Fit on YouTube, and then also Myron Games X, where I do my political commentary Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. Don't interact with you guys, and I'm happy to be here, and we'll make something great next week or whatever.
Dude, what the fuck? Fuck! Sandwich. I just fucking took this bitch. I'm the only one here. Nice.
back here. Just go here for if you want to do some. gas station's right there. Dude, go to the gas station. Dude, come. try, dude, if you want me to. I got better. It's like a 40 on this one. Oh, cheeky fight. Fuck, I don't have any spike traps. Oh, fuck! Only if I was better at that one. Dude just ran right over here. There's a guy right there. Three, do you see him? Oh, I see him. Here comes these guys. Fuck! Pussy. 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 Or is it pronounced pussy?
Is it French? Who's that? Yeah, baby.
Hey, got it. Alright, little buddy, let's get the fuck out of here. Get in. That guy just died right there. Got him. Fuck that car up, dude. Sorry. Let's kill this dude right in here. What the fuck? This box full of cars. Is that dude pulled up in that fucking thing? I'm sorry, number one. That fucking room sounds still. We'll win it for you. I shot my car, right? Oh, it got turned into that thing? Careful there, too. You gotta swim for like 1,000 meters anyways on this fucking first week of the season, I think. You guys talk at all or what? Yo, Ozzy, talk. that cross. Or if you got, I'm knowing one of the deer. Yo, guys come across, I'm gonna hold up as a fucking sniper on this side, so come across and cover you. Dropping off, picking up. Those guys are gonna be, somebody's gonna be flying in from up top. Careful for up above you guys. I guarantee you somebody's up top of it. There's 3. Now there's 2. Dude, damn. Nice. Hell yeah. Maybe I had one fucking kill.
Jumping here. No. No, no, no. Holy.
fuck? No. Watch out for over here. still, you know? Fucking mad. plan on doing like this. Yo, dude's right here. Dude's right here. You can't even shoot a fucking deer. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Taking it back. I'm still there. Bitches. Dude, that bitch. Fucking abandoned the fucking match. hold the fuck on. Keep getting rushed. The guy right here. In front of me. Oh, you fucking left. Dude, you're a bitch, too. Fucker! Oh my god! What the fuck? Bitch! Fat head after that one. Can I please get a view? 6 hours, no view. Triple elimination. Quadra elimination. Dominated. Yeah. 16. Booyaka. Oh! 16 kills it. Why does that make my fucking KD now, motherfuckers?